And we're live with day number 3, Reacticon number 4, Dave number 1, waving all at you. As in that we're actually kickstarting a day with a lot of PWA Studio talks. We're excited to have this day amongst all of the other topics. Reacticon started actually as a conference focused upon a headless strategy. And well, you can guess that the name Reacticon actually had something to do with the word or the technology React itself, which is the foundations of which form the foundations of PWA Studio. But yeah, before actually getting started with a little chit chat with Dave, let me first open up the day officially. Here we go. So yeah, Reacticon. We actually had 2 days already past us. The first day mixed topics like Vue Storefront with their next version and also their new integration with Magento 2. Likewise, we also had a couple of other topics like how to optimize the Luma front end anyway, dealing with a headless strategy on its own with Travis Bernard and many other exciting topics. The second day was a little bit weirdish from the standing point of Magento, but there was an entire day focused upon shopware, which is a nice alternative for some, but not everyone. And therefore, it's awesome to actually spend the 2 upcoming days on real Magento technologies. First of all, today PWA Studio, and tomorrow Huva. But before also discussing the topics and the talks of today, I wanted to first of all, thank all of the different speakers that are showing up. 31 speakers, so there's too many to shout out it loud. But do make sure to attend all of the different talks that are still upcoming. And every talk is going to be live streamed through YouTube. And as soon as the live stream is stopped, then the YouTube videos will stick in there as well. However, we disabled all of the YouTube chat, which means that if you want to communicate with the speakers, if you have questions, do make sure to join the Reacticon Slack. And the URL for that is basically available on the Reacticon homepage as well. And on top of all of the different speakers, we're also really thankful for the different sponsors. Huva has its own day tomorrow, but it's also one of the sponsors. Shopware also had a day yesterday, and we're also thankful for the sponsoring from them. Okuva doing AWS hosting for Magento. And then last but not least, Shipper HQ, which always was there at great little parties at Imagine and other events. But now they're joining us digitally as well. So we're really thankful for all of these main sponsors. And on top of it, we're also just thankful for all of the community sponsors and support sponsors. So that's GoMage, MacSurf, Splendid, the Magento Association, Adobe, and XDN, the Extension Developer Network. And actually, joining us from Adobe is Dave. But before turning on your microphone and before diving into a chit chat, here's the program of today. So we're first of all opening up the day together with Dave. Talking about, I don't know what we're going to talk about, and hopefully it's worth watching. And then actually in 45 minutes or 40 minutes from now, Olena Tkacheva, I have trouble pronouncing that properly. Olena is going to put down the official PWA Studio roadmap and the current state. So actually the title here reads Magento PWA, but it's really about PWA Studio. The talk after that is from Lars Rutik, who died this morning and then woke up again as a zombie. And he's going to be alive again to do this talk about React performance in general. That's also going to apply to PWA Studio, so definitely worth attending as well. Jimmy Sanford from the PWA Studio team is going to announce or talk about a newish feature, themability in PWA Studio. Chris Babender is going to dive into the interception API, the target interception API, and specifically targetables. Pretty complex topic, but way cool. And actually one of the reasons why PWA Studio is hugely flexible. Then Yuri and Vasily from GoMage are going to talk about customizing all kinds of widgets and focusing also upon Tailwind. And actually, Tailwind is one of the, I don't know, the red lines through the whole program of Reacticon, it seems. It's hugely popular. So definitely also a nice talk about Tailwind from GoMage. Justin is going to talk about performance yet again, but less on the technical side, I believe, but more on the perceived side. So what is important to tune and what is less important to tune. And then we're going to end the day with Eric, Jordan, Dave, Olena, and myself to have a panel discussion on what is next. And I think actually some of the topics here are going to be introduced with the chit chat that Dave and I are going to have as well. So that's it for the program of today. Make sure to join Slack and make sure to interact also on Twitter. Let's make it a buzz. The whole day of today is going to be focused on PWA Studio. So I'm really excited to dive into things together with Dave. So good morning, Dave. As in, it's morning for you, not night.
Yes, yes. Good morning, good afternoon to you over there in Europe. You know, my true love of land, being from the UK myself.
Yeah, and you're from Brighton, right? Am I correct? Yeah.
Yeah, Brighton on the south coast. We love our fish and chips. We have a horrific pebbly beach which hurts your feet, but you know, at least there is a beach and you can have a little swim in the ocean if it's not too cold.
Exactly, and it's not in the warm Gulf Stream, I think.
I believe it nearly is.
It nearly
in
is.
England, our idea of warm is either the hot spells we get where everyone is burning because they don't have air conditioning, or it's, you know, mildly warm and it's not warm enough to go in the sea.
Yeah. So I just commented upon the look and feel that you have, both your clothing and the background and etc. All being black and white, but your skin is not that pale because you moved to the US.
Yes. Yeah, my journey's been very interesting. Obviously, I was in Brighton for around 21 years of my life. You know, that's where I was born. That's where my parents are, and you know, all my old family and friends who I haven't seen in a very long time thanks to COVID. So it's nice to see with the vaccine that's getting better. But then my journey took me to Barcelona for 2 years, and I believe we got very drunk one night in Barcelona and a little bit lost, trying to get taxis at the 1 a.m. or something silly. I was in Barcelona for 2 years, you know, working with my Magento team on Page Builder, you know, flying back and forth from Austin, which honestly from Barcelona was horrific because it was waking up at 4 a.m. to get a flight into London to then get a flight to Austin. So those were the long days.
Exactly. And before you went to Barcelona, you worked for a Magento agency as well, right?
Yes. Yeah, I was at Gene Commerce with Matt Parkinson, who, you know, is a common name we hear in the Magento community. They do a bunch of cool stuff. You know, we were mainly known for Braintree back then. That was the first thing we were kind of doing, working closely with PayPal, and that's something they still are helping out with today. They, you know, still helping the Magento 2 version of Braintree. Yeah. And then obviously the big thing we got known for was Bluefoot, which most people probably know that story, but it was what Magento Page Builder was prior to Page Builder. And Magento acquired it, and I came on board to, you know, realize that into a product and release it. And I guess the good news is now it's open source. So
exactly, yeah. I think that's one of the more exciting announcements also when it comes to the features added to open source. It feels like ages ago, but I think it's only like a month ago or 2 months ago.
It's in the recent months. I was very excited when I found out internally, but it was, you know, obviously protected secret until release day. So
yeah, and it's and almost felt that the community was nagging, kind of like, but we want to see Page Builder somehow, but we don't want to necessarily get towards the Adobe Commerce Cloud or anything like that. So it really is an awesome little thing, but no, just an awesome thing. It's not that big. It's quite big. That at least Page Builder was also just open sourced, and it's now part of Magento open source as you would install it. I've personally also added Composer replacements to remove it again, but that's just a silly thing. I think many people are simply helped with it. So Yeah, that's awesome, and it's funny to see that you're yourself actually part of that foundation. So first of all, coming from the UK, having worked also upon Bluefoot CMS in the past, you did, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
was one of the lead contributors to Bluefoot. I actually designed the UI and did all of the support. So I was kind of the guy in the corner working on our extensions for a very long time, while the rest of the business, actually made money while we were kind of doing this big dream project. And it was a lot of fun,
Yeah.
It was really how I learned JavaScript, surprisingly. So, but it was a journey, and I think, it really benefited the ecosystem overall. Page Builder, I still believe, was a great addition to Magento. CMS was never a fun thing in Magento, and Page Builder actually managed to make that a little bit better. So you can imagine how happy I was when I knew they were going to make my baby open source.
Exactly. Yeah.
Had many parties.
Yeah. And but by that time, you already moved over to the PWA Studio team.
Yes.
Ages ago, because you joined the PWA Studio team about 1.5 years ago, I think, already.
Yeah, so I actually joined as an engineer originally. So internationalization in PWA Studio was built by myself and my former team from Page Builder. We worked with Chris Brabender on his original PR, which was awesome, and we decided to go a completely different direction. So Chris gave us a lot of great knowledge, but we really wanted to look at the ecosystem and do a good testament to new library introduction into Studio, and really just look at, what's the industry standard, what's the best one today, and what has the most longevity, the simplest APIs, and what we can implement in its truest form. Something I personally love doing is staying as true as you can to a library or an API. Just so then we don't have to write more docs. We can just say, hey, look, go use this library doc. So it's exactly the same.
So I'm a little bit lost on the technology then, but is that simply React I18N then, or?
Yeah, we just used it off the shelf. We had to do a little. The only really fancy thing we did is how we collected translations, because obviously when you, as you know, with the EXDN network, as soon as you say extensibility, everything gets slightly complex.
Difficult,
anyway.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it's simple. We just traverse directories for a file name, and then we combine them all together for you. So it's as simple as it probably could be.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was very nice being able to write some code on the project.
Exactly,
Prior to my directors and managers coaxing me into a managerial role.
Which was about a year ago or so.
Yeah, I just went past my year anniversary of going to the dark side of management.
So that's the black side of you. So the black and white, that's your color. So you're shifting once in a while position there. But do you really feel like management is regarded as more negative than being a developer?
I don't think it's more negative. I think it really depends on the business too. I think you get more technically led managers, and you have more specifically people managers, and every manager kind of sits differently on that scale.
Yeah.
Considering I had some time with the team prior writing code in their project, transitioning to a manager, I would say was a lot easier. I wasn't, an imposter, but I don't write code anymore. Really at work. I still do outside of work. I'm still very interested technically, but it's very rewarding being able to help facilitate how this project works, how it moves, communicating with my leaders, communicating with the other business units across Adobe to really help, strategize and grow and improve the product. And then working with, people like Jimmy, who's talking later on, how do we keep accelerating PWA Studio? How do we ensure our relevancy in this space? So I really enjoy it. I was doing some of this work without the people management on Page Builder anyway. So it was kind of just like a natural progression.
Exactly, yeah. Because you described your current title as being engineering manager for untitled geese. I needed to look it up. But basically, one of the untitled goose might be Jimmy. As in that Jimmy's a lot of times in the background. And I'm really excited to actually have him on stage today to talk about his work, because a lot of times he's doing stuff, but people don't see him, but they simply see others present it or being the face of Magento PWA Studio. Yeah. Hey, and the cool part of course also about PWA Studio was that prior to the release of Page Builder as open source, there was also this integration happening between the two. Which proves, first of all, that Page Builder is now not only a nice tool to use within the back end of Magento, and then push forward to the Luma based front ends and Hufa as well, but also in PWA Studio, and that kind of makes sense, right? So that the enterprise C features of Magento / Adobe Commerce are actually mixing in with PWA Studio as well. Did you work upon that integration yourself, or know kind of like the caveats, the difficulties, and etc.?
Me and my team built that integration in a month. It was our first ever dive into React. I had built a small Gatsby site at that point, and I had myself, Alexander, Eugene, I think Carrie was still on my team. These names are probably more hidden people that people don't know about too much.
Untitled geese.
Yeah. Jimmy and his team were fantastic at this point, because we were writing components like, this is how Page Builder works, and it's probably not how you want the component to work, but sadly this is the reality of us kind of merging these two ecosystems. And dynamic content in a application that's meant to be really fast is always a fun topic.
Yeah.
And right now the Page Builder integration is paused on the client side. So that's something that we're actively looking into. We know content layout shift is never a fun thing in these PWAs when you have large sliders loading in and other stuff. But the integration is great, and like every PWA Studio site that we get sent internally, I always go and sneak at the source code and see if they're using Page Builder. And,
exactly, yeah.
Honestly, most of them do, and it's really rewarding to see. And honestly, building the components for the front end in React was like 50 times easier than doing it in Magento. So I can fully appreciate why Hoover exists, because Magento was complex enough anyway. Then with all the crazy XML, the PHTML templates, the outdated JS, you just kind of spiraled into this horrible 2005.
Exactly, yeah. But the funny thing is, so I've been looking into the integration of Page Builder and PWA Studio myself as well. And there's in the Magento Dev Docs this picture, this architectural overview of how the GraphQL endpoints of Page Builder are integrated then into the PWA Studio code. And I've shown that picture to a couple of developers that were kind of new to PWA Studio as well, and they were simply overwhelmed. And their first reaction is almost like, "Oh my God, are they doing it again?" So referring to Magento and complexity and etc. But I think that's actually a misjudgment. And the reason for that is that you started with explaining like the current front end, the monolithic front end of Magento requires you to dive into XML, requires you to dive into PHP classes, and then on top of it, PHTML templates, and then on top of it, CSS and JavaScript. And if you're new to Magento and you're a React developer, then actually that monolithic story is just crazy, overly complex, a wrong architecture. And then if you realize actually that the content needs to come from what you see is what you get based tool like Page Builder, then I think like actually a lot of React developers will realize that it makes sense that then the internal architecture of PWA Studio is a little bit more complex. I have to say it's a little bit more complex because it's just a bunch of components rendering their child components and so forth. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing that really bites us is that our data format is actually HTML. And, HTML is a structured data language like anything else. But in our industry, it's used to render pages. What we do in our PWA Studio integration is we use it more like a JSON format. We actually parse data off the tree, and then we're actually hydrating React components based on that data. So it's just like a tree traversal, which then has a factory which goes and renders the components. So on the surface, it sounds a little backwards. And it is in some senses, but it works well. And we want to get that logic onto the server side, so you're not worrying about doing that parsing on the client. but it's super fast. It's actually quite efficient.
Yeah.
And to a React developer, you shouldn't need to worry about the framework. You just need to add your content type and add the config and point it to your component. And then really you're just building a React component with props that you have defined. Just those are getting hydrated from actually GraphQL and page builder.
Yeah. And the funny thing is actually that yesterday during the Shopware Day, Dominic Klein also presented about Shopware PWA, which kind of like has some resemblances with PWA Studio, except for that it's Shopware and not Magento, and Vue and not React, and etc. But they also have this thing called shopping experiences, which is to a lot of extent equal to Page Builder, and they simply bump into the same issues, and therefore the architecture of that experience, shopping experiences within the PWA, is a little bit more complex. But either you want to extend it, and that's basically down to simple components that you would add in a simple way, or that you're not going to extend it and only use it, and then you don't need to know about it. And I think that's also the beauty of the architecture, that at least it's there on the React side for React developers to extend upon it and everything.
And it's a big problem that we constantly hit. It's how much flexibility do you give your merchants and content editors to build good experiences? And as you probably have all heard, Adobe is an experience company. So, we love our experiences with tools like AEM, our really powerful content editor, which is, steps above Page Builder. But how do you, and this is something Jimmy is passionate about, how do we make it so the site is still at its top performance? There's no dramatic content layout shift, but, how do we then do customer segments of content? Like, how do you do that in a world where you can't load that 2 seconds after the page is loaded? So there's a lot of complex problems in this space that I think are still being solved today. And that's, we've seen this evolution of PWAs, using React, Vue. Some people probably try and use Angular, I'm not sure. And then, now we're seeing all of these new problems come out, like how do we not just make a good PWA, but how do we start making experiences which are targeted through things like product recommendations and, targeted banners for demographics or age ranges and that stuff. So, it's a problem across the industry, and hopefully someone's going to work it out soon.
But it's basically problems that were addressed by others, the competitors as well. So I think if you treat e-commerce a little bit more than just selling products and that's it, but if you want to build on top of that shop with an advanced marketing strategy and etc., then, as you mentioned, the content management shouldn't be in the hands of developers. The content management should be in the hands of the content managers, the marketeers, the salespeople, and etc. And that's where actually a Page Builder fits in, and that's also where PWA Studio is trying to be more flexible. Therefore the complexity lies actually with the thing that you're trying to accomplish as well. So it makes sense. You mentioned a couple of times the HUFA word as well. Well, it's going to be a full day tomorrow, of course. And I think most of the people tuning in into Reacticon also know about that there was this open letter written to the Magento community, not specifically to Adobe, but the whole ecosystem altogether, including the Magento Association, including the people behind HUFA itself, and etc. And how did you see personally that letter? Were you kind of like afraid, like, oh my God, the Magento community is turning against me or something? Or
well, luckily I didn't take it personally.
Okay,
I've been in the Magento ecosystem for probably something like 7 years now. So, it's true to my heart. It's really the basis of my career. It's given me all these crazy opportunities, like going to Vegas when I was just 21 to go experience this huge conference and maybe get a little bit too drunk being 21, but it was okay. But the letter was, it kind of makes sense. There was maybe a little bit, not enough love from the Adobe side, and it was kind of just hurting the people who loved the product the most. And, I think doing something is always a good idea. What that thing should be, I'm no expert. I don't know how to build good open source contribution models, but, I know people like Eric Irway, who is part of this whole Magento Association, the open source collective is going to be there too. they really care about this inside Adobe, and they're saying a lot of the right things to our senior leaders and getting Adobe to really understand what this means. I think everyone in the community knows Adobe's track record with open source isn't necessarily the best, but it's clear they do care about this. It's just how can we collaborate with these initiatives and the community to actually build a better concept of open source. And that might still be the fork, that might not be the fork, and actually we pivot this energy towards a different strategy which still gets the same result. That's definitely for people like Eric to comment on more.
Oh yeah, for sure.
To the wire. And I know our director of product management is doing a webinar or a talk in, I think, about a week. So Chris Hedge. So that will have a little more information in there. But I think the underlying theme is, Adobe does care. Corporations, the cogs turn a little bit slower than we want sometimes. So I think our involvement will become clearer, and it will be hopefully beneficial, and it can be a collaboration of us, the association, and the new collective.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned actually that Adobe might have a track record of not maintaining open source in a well way, but I would almost disagree, because the open source tools that they had in the past, things like brackets, the editor, not necessarily died because of Adobe, but also simply were not gaining that much popularity. And then the reality is that if your business is not founded upon that open source project, but it's basically something that you've built yourself internally and then open sourcing by the by, then either it works or it does not. Mm-hmm. Now, actually, with Magento, the challenge is totally different. There's this huge giant of Adobe, and they actually purchased open source, and they purchased that open source community as well. And now the open source community has different IDs. Now you mentioned actually fork, and I've been asked also by some people that are involved in there to not call it a fork anymore, but call it a distribution, which is actually the follow-up the follow-up blog post on the Mage OS site, so the Mosca site, as in that the idea about a fork was basically to shake up everyone and to really get the conversation going. But it seems that both the community and this open letter initiative and the Magento Association and Adobe itself are simply just benefiting much more from a distribution. And the funny thing is actually that distribution is already there, Magento open source, while Adobe Commerce could be treated as a second distribution. And I think the real challenge is just to make sure how both of those distributions are still heading the same way, while being different. And our page builder was actually one of the projects that brought them together again a little bit. And I think PWA Studio could also be in there as well, because how much would you say also that PWA Studio is more an open source project or more kind of like oriented towards Adobe?
We're still 100% open source. Even our Magento Cloud connectors, I believe, are open source as well. So there's no aspect of PWA Studio at this point that's closed source. We know that's going to change with things like B2B. B2B has always been a licensed product, but right now, we're still open source. No plans to change that. So it's still going to have some alignment to this initiative. I think as we see the adoption of PWAs grow, we will start seeing more people contributing, more involvement. So we're definitely part of that message. So it's definitely going to impact us how that distribution works. But I think that direction sounds great. I always believe in collaboration. I don't think anyone here is being, necessarily evil from any sides. I think we just need a new story, a new journey to go on, which, we can put a little bit more structure around, rather than, in the previous days of open source, it was very Magento led. We had a bunch of people internally kind of driving the whole thing, and that worked well. And now we are looking at kind of taking that responsibility into the community, which personally is a great thing. The people who care most about it running the thing they care about is, they can only get mad at themselves if PRs are getting delivered slow or comments aren't coming up and those kind of things. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah,
sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's going to be very interesting because if I could see internally how much effort is needed to do even basic things with open source, doing good regression, getting QA, getting a good quality bar, backwards incompatible changes are the bane of your life inside Magento. There is a crazy approval process if you want to break anything, because we're told to never break anything. The old Ben Marks quote of "don't edit the core" was kind of important internally too, because if we edited the core, we had to be very careful. So I'm very interested to see how it evolves. I think collaboration is definitely the best way to do it, which is how it's forming, I believe. And we got a bunch of tools that are really going to help. So hopefully they get exposed a bit more too.
Yeah, definitely, and I think also that kind of like the fact that PWA Studio is there is kind of showing that well, if you're into React, if you like the stack of PWA Studio, then definitely PWA Studio could be a good choice. But if you don't like it, if you're a Vue developer and you think React is horrible, or if you don't want to move away from the monolithic approach, then now there's alternatives as well. So the whole point maybe of going headless is not necessarily to make sure that the front end and the back end are disconnected and then still making sure that it's all Magento, but basically to have choices. And that's what we're seeing right now in the community. That's the difficulty also of having all of these conversations, that if there's different choices, then there's going to be different sub-communities, and all of those different sub-communities now have their own opinion about which direction Magento should go to. So yeah, the trouble that we're going through at this moment are actually not trouble, but healthy conversations to lead into the same direction again. And I think that's I think actually that PWA Studio with its open source mindedness is actually really part of that story as well.
Yeah, so, I agree, and I think the evolution of this landscape is super cool. Like Hoover is actually really amazing. I'm very fond of what they've done there, and they've taken something which hadn't evolved with the times of development and really kind of given it a 2021 stamp and helped the developer experience and created a new market. PWA Studio by nature and most of the other PWA solutions are still of a higher cost typically to Luma. And we're getting there, we're getting more feature support, we're getting better tooling, we're doing all the right things, and that's across the board, it's new tech, it's training new people in the ecosystem. But Hive is really helping that market segment of, hey, we still want to use the monolithic front end today. And that's great for those people that want to use that, as we see these transitions in this space, it's always these things slowly get adopted, and then eventually it will be a tipping point where the new sites are more PWA than not.
Yeah.
But as we discussed earlier, there's still problems with solving, like content rendering and building experiences and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, shout out to the Hoover guys tomorrow for both sponsoring this and building something pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, I think also that's one of the goals of Reacticon is simply just to shed light on the new hot topics that are out there. So Hufa is definitely one of those new hot topics, but I think PWA Studio is as well, and all of the other topics are as well. Not only so that we can all look into the direction of Hufa, but also that Hufa could look into the direction of PWA Studio and learn from you guys, because that's basically also what open source is about, building different tools and then learning from each other to make your own tool maybe even better, etc. Hey, and
have to rename the event to React Hoover-Con, maybe
something
with shopware in there as well.
Yeah, so the name is, ever since actually the topic was broader than PWA Studio, the name has been biting me. So yeah, I need to wonder whether Reacticon number 5 is actually going to happen or there's going to be a different format. But yeah, but we'll see. Hey, but yeah, I think it was nice just to chit chat for you in the morning and for me in the afternoon, and for everyone else across the globe also to simply just be on board and have a little bit of chit chat. Before we actually leave for a little break, there's 1 or 2 questions actually in the Slack as well. So let me actually look them up. One question from Martin about Page Builder. Have you considered a more headless approach like Strapi or Contentful or other headless CMS instead of parsing, the finished HTML? So in other words, could we theoretically see a completely different implementation of Page Builder?
I think the eventual goal here, which I can't comment on the timeline, is for Page Builder to not transfer that HTML data format over the API. We really want to be able to, on a server, I can't comment if that's Magento or if it's another, Node kind of Express server or something, to really parse through that HTML and build, a structured data format in GraphQL. So you're then dealing with content similar to how Contentful works. So it's, more familiar as structured content. So I think that's the eventual evolution of Page Builder in this headless world. But, we're still solving things like our SSR server and getting that kind of cool stuff going. So
yeah, so it's basically perhaps or maybe, but not a definite yes yet.
Well, I don't actually work on Page Builder at all anymore, so it's kind of their roadmap. So I don't want to comment on what the PMs are thinking over there. But that's always been, since we architected the headless solution for Page Builder, the perfect scenario was we do this all on the server. Just with Magento Cloud only running PHP. We didn't want to build the parsing engine in PHP, so we held on until we could get a node process.
Exactly. Yeah. Another question from Duck Chip. I'm not sure if that's his or her real name. How's PWA Studio doing in terms of Google PageSpeed metrics? But I think actually, instead of asking you this question, it would be much better just to have this question rest for a moment, because we've got two talks coming up upon performance. One with the not dead yet Lars. And another one with Justin. I need to look up his last name because I keep forgetting. Justin.
Connery, I believe.
Yeah, Connery. How do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Connery, but he might tell me I'm wrong.
Exactly, yeah. But let's postpone that question for later. And there was a final question from Maurizio. Do you recommend deployment of PWA Studio into the Magento Cloud? Or using two different servers would make the deployment more easier? I'm not sure if that's a question also for you, or...
I can comment on a little bit. Our Magento Cloud Connector right now is a module for the Magento monolith, which basically hijacks the routing in Magento and enables Upward to process requests. I'm sure everyone loves hearing about Upward, and I will let you know I do plan on deprecating it. So, hopefully that's some good news. We want to really simplify that. And just, get more aligned with the industry. Things like Next.js are really like jumping out as a potential opportunity there. So hopefully we can simplify that landscape anyway. But deploying to Magento Cloud is a good solution. We have clients that are doing really well in Magento Cloud, but the deployment pipeline, as this person has highlighted, is you have to deploy both applications at once. So if you want to change something in the backend or within PWA, you have to redeploy both of them. So if that's an issue for your business, it would probably make sense to use a separate server for PWA, just so you have more control over your deployment pipeline. And this is something that we're actively investigating. How can we build better infrastructure for PWA? It's a different world to what hosting a PHP app is. Yeah. And we know that, and we're just really exploring, and looking at what some of the great people in this space are doing, like Netlify and VersalNow.sh. Kind of the golden standards of JavaScript site deployments, and just trying to work out, how can we build the best value into our product and into infrastructure to make things like those deployments better, and SSR and all that other great stuff.
Yeah, so I think in the bottom line, the main question is always how to deploy, including SSR. And I think actually once we dive into other talks today, they're going to at least touch upon that topic of SSR, which is part of the performance issue again. So I think actually that's going to answer a lot of questions. Another question from Aussie is, I think, also something that I would like to postpone until the talk of Olena, which is basically commenting upon that merchants are confused about PWA and about a certain experience, and whether that's going to be changed a little bit. What do you think should change in the industry to help merchants make a more informed decision? And I think that's something that Olena could maybe comment upon as well.
But I agree.
Yeah, because slowly I thought like we were done with our little chit chat in 10 or 15 minutes, but we've been going at it already for 40 minutes or so. Meaning also that Olena's talk about the roadmap and what is ahead in the near future of PWA Studio is actually coming up pretty close now as well. So I would say let's go into a little break. But first of all, thank you, Dave. But
Thank
you're
you
going
so
to
much
stick
for
around.
having me. It's always great to chat. We should chat more often. Hopefully, next time I see you, it will be in person. Hopefully, in a nice European city. You know, the US is getting a little boring these days. But
maybe Brighton. Who knows?
we could go to Brighton. Let's go to Brighton. Let's go get some
Exactly.
fish and chips on the beach.
Exactly. Yeah. Perfect. And you're going to stick around anyway, because towards the end of the day, we also have a discussion panel. I still need to find out also what kind of direction that panel is going, but
it will
most
lead
likely
itself, no doubt. But
exactly.
the smart minds you have there. So
perfect. So let's go into a little break, and then after the break, it's the time for Olena to talk about the PWA Studio roadmap. So see you back in about 5 minutes. Perfect. And we're live again after the opening with Dave McCauley. We're now sitting down with Olena Tkacheva, which is really difficult to pronounce. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Or
yeah, you're doing a great job.
Okay.
Some people just like stuck on the first letter.
Yeah, exactly. They look at the T and the K, and then they say, like, I don't know how to do this.
Exactly.
Yeah, so good to have you on board. We just started to chit chat actually prior to the live stream, and then I just realized, like, hey, but this is worth it to stream as well. Like who you are and where did you come from before joining the PWA Studio team? So yeah, you just mentioned that you came also from the page builder team.
Yeah, that's right. Historically, I own Page Builder, and me and Dave are working together from like initial stages of Bluefoot acquisition and moving Bluefoot into Page Builder and redesigning that and integrating with Magenta. And now I'm part of the PWA team leading the new generation of Storefront, which is exciting. So I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, and later on today, at the end of the day, you're also going to be part of the panel discussion together with Eric and Dave, and I don't know who else is going to be in that call. The more, the better, actually. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen there, but it could be that during that panel discussion, we're also going to dive into questions from people. Following actually from the talk of you that is coming up right now upon the PWA Studio current state and the roadmap. So yeah, maybe instead of me trying to introduce that, I should just leave you do the presentation itself. So yeah, if you're ready, just share your screen and take it away, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Jesse. I am sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Oh, awesome. So yeah, today I want to talk a bit more about PWA Studio current state and where we're going, and basically what is on the next release and what we plan for the next year. But before we dive into those details of the future, I want to share and talk more a bit where we started and why we essentially decided to move into the different technology stack and introduce PWA Studio in the first place. So some of the stats from the Adobe Analytics, as you can see, like over the course of last years, we see the continuous trend of more and more transactions in e-commerce space happening from the mobile devices, and that number like a couple of years ago like almost reached the point of more than 50% of the visitors coming to the e-commerce stores from the mobile devices, and that only going to grow. And from what we see from the stats, more than 28 billion already spent online. So we have more than 50% of the users going and shopping to shopping e-commerce stores from the mobile devices, but at the same time we see that the conversion rate on mobile devices are lagging behind, and it's still like have like 30 up to like 50% gap between the conversion on other devices, and we just see that problem as something that historically exists because of the technology used to expose shoppers to the e-commerce stores. We have obviously historically the responsive web design and the web browsers that optimize the experience for shoppers for the online shopping online from the mobile devices. And historically, those applications have been designed for desktops. And over the course of that trend, merchants seeing that more and more shoppers doing their purchases and exploration online through their mobile devices, started sort of adjusting their desktop experience to mobile devices to make them look better, but still they had that desktop first approach in mind, and they designed their experiences on the e-commerce stores with that desktop experience first, and just sort of transforming that to mobile experience and make it bearable. But still, if you, and I'm sure like we all have that experience of shopping from the desktop and then like using the same website on mobile devices, and it's a huge difference typically. So immediately want to go back and continue that exploration on the desktop devices. And this is what the native apps in like decades ago started solving. So they optimized obviously experience for the particular device that they are installed in, but obviously all of that required a separate application for each of the platform, for Android, for iOS, and that doubled the investments for merchants, and that also creates a huge overhead for the shoppers and the need to download and install the native app. So that is another overhead that and roadblock basically on the mobile experience for shoppers. So this is where the progressive apps come, and intended to solve that problem and basically combine the both worlds of native apps and the web applications in one single progressive web application that enables shoppers to experience native app-like experience on their web browsers. So that's basically why we embarked that trend and started transforming our storefront to more of a PWA storefront, decoupling that from the monolith. So if we take a look at like that transformation, we started from the coupled storefront with the backend, with the layouts and the HTML templates, and everything was like a big thing that merchants, when they need to make updates to the storefront, they had to redeploy the entire application. And that obviously slowed down a lot their transformation and adapting to the fast-pacing market of their shopper experiences and their demand, their expectations from the storefront features. So we started from there, and now we move to the decoupled state. So the traditional storefront and the backend still obviously coupled together. We have Luma that is part of the backend, and when you deploy the backend, you have Luma baked in. But we have another layer of the PWA storefront that is in a decoupled state and can be deployed separately. And we started building the GraphQL API that connects that storefront to the backend. And slowly we are moving towards the headless approach, when the PWA storefront is fully decoupled, as well as the GraphQL is a separate layer, and the backend exists without the Luma baked in. So it's it enables merchants fully deploy those backend and storefront changes separately and make them talk through the GraphQL. And what we're doing is well recognized by early adopters. We have already more than 150 e-commerce stores that run on PWA Studio app, and that number constantly grow. We see another 80 stores popped up within the last half of the year. So that just exponential trend of more and more merchants joining that PWA trend and recognizing what options that enables for their business. There are 30 plus extensions that enable extra functionality for the PWA storefronts. They exist on third-party marketplaces, and we are looking forward to the point when they are migrated to Magenta Marketplace and available for merchants through the consistent experience of Magenta Marketplace. As Dave mentioned earlier, PWA Studio initiative is a fully open source, and we are proud to say that we have almost 3,000 community members in our PWA community, and we have a Slack channel running. So everyone are welcome to join and ask questions. We are also running the regular calls for the community on a weekly basis to help those who just joined PWA Studio and are trying to learn how to build PWA storefronts. So we are answering those questions during PWA Studio office hours. We have the entire team there available to help with those newcomers questions, as well as questions that might pop up within the development of the PWA Studio websites. And we have the open GitHub with the roadmap, with the features that are available up for grabs for the community. We proudly have more than 200 contributors from community to PWA Studio project. We have, as I said, multiple launches, and this the number of launches are growing, and we are really grateful to our trusted partners like Quora, Experius, who help with those launches and who do a tremendous job to help merchants to benefit from the PWA Studio. So there are a couple of highlights that I want to share among the most recent launches. So the LMS is the website that was developed with the help of Quora. So they reached the point when they had to migrate from Magenta 1 to the new generation of Magenta platform, and they were looking into options to enhance their experience for shoppers across the touch points and enable those users who join the website from the mobile devices to have a better experience. And they also want to address not just their returning customers, but also new customers. So with that, they decided to go with the PWA Studio, and Quora helped to build the website is optimized for all of the touch points, and as a result, LMS ran the business case study and evaluated the business metrics against their holiday season of before they launched a new website and after, and they saw as a result the 85% increase in the mobile conversion rate, which is tremendous. That basically proved that the business objective that they had when they decided to go with the PWA Studio was even more than they expected. What we're doing is also recognized not just by merchants, but also by the analysts. So Gartner recognized that Adobe does the great job investing into PWA Studio and GraphQL to ease the development. And Forrester says that PWA Studio positioned to decrease the cost and complexity of adopting PWA app experiences. So we are really proud to share that. So as I said, we are continuously investing and releasing new features to PWA Studio to move faster towards that fully headless state. As I showed earlier, we're going to have basically the fourth release this year to PWA Studio that is coming early next week, where we're gonna release the new ability to shop the products right from the product listing pages, meaning that on pages like category pages and search result pages, shoppers would be able to see the add to cart button and add those products that they see on listing pages right to the shopping cart, bypassing the product detail page. That streamlines the shopper experience for them and eliminates the number of steps that they need to make to get to the checkout. We also recognize that performance is something that we need to continuously invest and enhance. The new addition to the PWA Studio with the next release is going to be a shimmer loader that is introduced across different page types. So instead of traditional spinner that most likely you all remember, the shoppers will be able to see the shimmer layout that sort of breaks the layout of the page and defines it up front, and the content just loads into that shimmer placeholder that that results in almost zero layout shift in the Google Lighthouse metrics across different page types. So we have shimmer layouts that are separate for the product detail page that is specific to the particular page type, product type. So that's a different shimmer layout for, let's say, configurable product and sample product, which makes basically the experience really smooth and consistent for shoppers. And also, as I said, we are investing in enhancing the Google Lighthouse metrics, and I'm proud to share that now we have 100 results across different page types and different viewports for the best practices for the SEO and for the accessibility. And this is something that in the future we're gonna reinforce with the continuous testing with each feature that we add to the PWA Studio. And moving towards like where we go and how we grow PWA Studio and Venia storefront features, I want to walk you through briefly through the feature matters that we recently released, and it's available. It's not just in this slide. I also share the link where you can follow this feature matrix and see how we are progressing towards supporting that features on PWA Studio. So as you see, the coverage currently on PWA Studio for native Magenta features is very consistent. We also recognize that some of the Magenta features that are available on the backend side, we're gonna expose only through the GraphQL API and enable merchants to use that GraphQL API to build this experience with the help of partners or use the extensions. So you can see that features like CMS widgets. So this is something that part of the traditional storefront. And as we already had a discussion, and Dave sort of shared the way how we're gonna transform their content and authoring experience on PWA Studio. We're not gonna introduce that traditional widget-like approach that the traditional Magenta storefront had, and we are looking into brand new way to enable business users to author experience on the new generation storefronts. So some of the areas have like really good coverage. We definitely invested a lot into the checkout shopping cart experience and the experience of the shopper browsing, the category pages and product detail pages. So here we see, you see already like almost full complete experience. And we are growing the sort of what we call the completion of the storefront, basically aiming the coverage for to kind of fill the gaps in that circles that you see empty and introduce those features to the PWA storefront. I will share a link to where this feature matters can be found online, and you can bookmark that and follow that, follow those updates as you follow other updates from the PWA Studio. So the roadmap which is like one of the key points that I want to talk during today's conversation. So as I said, we had quite a tremendous list of updates that we released over the course of this year, and there are more features coming. So Jimmy is gonna share the details about the theming quite soon, I believe in a couple of hours from my talk. It's gonna talk about theming and how that concept of global CSS styling gonna work on the PWA storefront. So this is a huge investment that we're doing in the second half of this year to introduce the ability to style PWA storefront in a more consistent way and streamline the designer developer workflow with that. And over the course of next year, that will enhance up to the XD integration that streamlines the designer developer workflow even more, translating the XD files into the actual code. This is something that we are looking forward as a next step to the global theming that we are working on this year. As I said, the Venia feature, storefront feature completion is another huge priority for us. We see that without the enough coverage of those features, we block merchants from using PWA Studio storefronts. So that's why we are continuously adding those features and that enable business users to benefit from the new generation storefronts. So the next thing that we are doing is enabling the targeted content on the PWA storefront, and ability to display different experiences to different demographics, different customer segments that can be defined now in Magento admin. We are enhancing the shopper experience as well by adding swatches to product listing pages. So with the ability to add to cart products from those pages, swatches come as a next logical addition to enable shoppers to configure and preview the products by passing the product detail page and add those configurable products to the shopping cart straight from the listing pages. Also, we are adding support of the default pages that existed on Magento side, like think of pages like newsletter, subscription, the About Us pages, the other pages that all of the merchants need once they launch the storefront, so that help to decrease the amount of effort that merchants need to add to launch their PWA Studio storefronts. And performance is another track that we are investing continuously. So in the future, with the new infrastructure that we are going to bring PWA Studio to. We are introducing the SSR capabilities very soon next year that will enhance a lot of metrics in Google Lighthouse, but also enable better control for business users over their experiences with the content that they control through the page builder or other CMSs, and bring those content to the storefront with the server-side rendering. This is something that they will be able to do without jeopardizing the performance. Another thing that we are going to focus next year is the extensibility to enable partners to build those extensions to their checkout experience with the new payment methods, new shipping providers, and continue growing the Venia storefront features and extending the business user control over the storefront experience with the ability to preview the scheduled changes with all of the styles that and experiences that exist on the PWA storefront, and author those experiences upfront, schedule that, and see those updated automatically on Venia-based storefronts. And another stack of scenarios that we see the huge demand for is the B2B scenarios. So this is something that over the course of the next year, we're gonna have the basic B2B scenario coverage and enable those merchants who serve both B2C and B2B businesses to use and benefit from the PWA Studio storefront. So these are the key things that going to be part of the roadmap for the rest of this year and the next year. As always, we have great sources for you to come back and check where we are and how to start the PWA Studio storefronts. We have the initial set of documentations that we actually, I'm really happy to have a new dev docs person on the team, Bruce, who initially was also part of the page builder team. And if you have experience with page building, if you ever try to learn page builder with the help of the developer documentation, you've seen his work. He's doing an amazing job introducing complex concepts and bringing those to very simple language and schemas. So this is something that I'm really looking forward to see introduced to PWA Studio. So we have more documentation that is targeted for brand new developers who just start with PWA Studio to enable them to do that smoothly and with less frictions. So keep following the PWA Studio Dev Docs site for those updates. As I said, the feature metrics for the PWA Studio is also available. I have a link here. Feel free to go back and track those features. And the roadmap, as always, up to date on the PWA Studio GitHub. That's all what I have for now. I have no idea whether we're going to have questions now or we save those for the panel discussion. GC, it's your call.
So actually, we've got a couple of questions that are, I think, really interesting to dive into. First of all, my personal reaction, as soon as I saw the how do you say that, the feature matrix that you were showing, I was really eager to know whether that would become available later on. But as you mentioned, there's going to be a link posted, and we'll need to figure out how that link is going to be shared with everyone. But I think that's really useful, definitely worth it. And as you mentioned also, the global CSS styling is something that Jimmy Sanford is still going to react upon. So yeah, that's covering at least a couple of points I wrote down. One question from, I believe this was the question from Ossie earlier. It's more kind of like a general comment upon PWA. So to quote him, merchants are so confused about PWA, so the benefits on what platform or framework to use, etc. And then in addition, some are having a bad experience going through that whole process. What should change in the industry to help merchants make a more informed decision? So it's kind of like how to sell PWA properly with the right points, kind of.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I also see that confusion on like many customer calls that I am part of. And that's understandable because PWA from one side, it's a very trendy word. Everyone hear that and sort of understand that this is something where like the storefronts are going to, and it's not going to be very soon just like PWA Studio storefronts. It's going to be just storefronts, right? So we all see and recognize that as a trend of basically a new thing that's going to replace the traditional storefronts. But at the same time, it's a very technical thing, and historically it was like more of a developer-led transformation. So developers sort of owned that and recognized what it is and what are the benefits, and merchants were just like wondering how they can benefit from there. But from my perspective, the more we transition to supporting those business scenarios on PWA storefronts and enable merchants to benefit from the experiences that PWA introduces and enables, like offline shopping experience, like their device-enabled experiences on the web applications. So the more of those features are enabled and they are out of the box, the more merchants will be able to recognize and see the immediate benefit from their businesses.
Yeah, and so, I think also one of your or one of the key features that you mentioned that was still going to be worked upon this year was personalized shopping experiences, or I don't know how to phrase that properly, but
that's exactly right. I mean, merchants know that there's no like unified experience that works for all of the customers, so they want to target different experiences to different customer groups, and we are going to introduce that native support on PWA Studio. It's another feature that they can benefit from while benefiting from the features that PWA Studio technology itself enables.
Yeah, exactly. And I think therefore, maybe to go back to that question of Ossie, it's difficult to try to convince merchants why they should use to move into PWA or not, or move into another direction. But the reality is also that the old way, the Luma theme, is basically deprecated, and it's not going to be the future. It's going to be the past. I found it therefore also interesting. Let me just shout it out before anyone else is shouting it out. In the strategy that you mentioned, so from the monolithic into the decoupled, and then finally into the headless strategy, suddenly Luma was missing in there. And that's maybe surprising to some, but that's kind of like the reality, that Luma is going to be removed one day in the future. I remember actually that Anton Kriel, former head of architecture, once announced during a conference that Luma was going to be deprecated, and that shook the world. But it's such a logical assumption, because the technology is deprecated and everyone is complaining about it. So therefore, the way forward is going to be totally different. And I think we're still in the middle of convincing developers of that new technology, and therefore maybe also to go back to the question of Ossie, convincing merchants should not be done for all of the merchants. Not everyone needs to go to PWA Studio, but it just depends upon the use case. And that's kind of like still the transition period that we're currently in, because of the old Storefront being supported, the new Storefront, and then tomorrow we dive into Hufa, and then there's other competitors. So it's basically diversity because every merchant has a different view in there. I was also wondering myself, but I'm not sure if you know about that. You mentioned earlier the statistics of PWA Studio sites being used as well. And I think that number was about 150 confirmed and then 280 or so found in the wild or something. And I wanted to comment upon that sometimes you could use PWA Studio parts, but not be identified as a PWA Studio site. So that theoretically leads into an even higher number, and that's still kind of like the complexity of headless. So people
and it's not even complexity; it's sort of like another advantage. So merchants don't necessarily need to take the decision and commit to entire PWA Studio storefront. They just use some of the elements of what PWA Studio storefront enable, and let's say introduce just shopping cart. That is headless, and use the traditional storefront for the rest. So there is flexibility, which is amazing. I mean, the more options merchants have, the better for them.
Yeah, but the difficulty is a little bit still that then the merchants still need to be explained all of that flexibility as well. And I think that's back to the question of Ozzy. That's the difficulty, but let's not see it as a problem, but see it as a benefit, so that they have choice. But then they need to be educated in the right way to make that educated choice in the first place. Yeah. All right. I think that's it for the questions. But the funny thing was a couple of those questions were already answered by yourself. So along the way of your story. So I think that's wrapping up the story really nicely. So many thanks, Olena, for joining us. I think it was really good to at least have an overview of the whole PWA Studio roadmap as well, and commenting a little bit also upon the strategy, how you guys are moving things forward. The next speaker lined up is going to be Lars. And let me double check. The schedule time for Lars is still about 6 or 7 minutes. So I think it would be good to go into a little break anyway. Lars was actually canceled as a speaker earlier today because of a little accident, and then he came out of that accident unharmed. And we're now making all kinds of jokes that it's because of the flexibility of React and etc. He was actually unharmed. But he's going to be in there in about 5 minutes time. Let's go into a little break. And thank you again, Olena, for joining us. And you're going to be also part of the panel discussion later on this afternoon. So we're slowly going to gather other questions as well, to make it a little bit harder for all of you guys in the panel discussion.
Yeah, thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
we're live?
We're live. Hi, Lars. Yeah, so it was happening a little bit quicker, but we're back again. And actually, together with the long lost son, Lars. So, Lars, you're doing okay, right?
Yes, of course.
So Lars had a little bit of an issue earlier. I'm not sure if you want to comment upon that yourself.
Yeah, I had a short accident and I take a short trip to the hospital, and after a half hour or 1 hour, they say, hey, you're fine, you can go home back. And then I decide to have the talk here.
Exactly, yeah. So we've been joking about it, like Lars died and then came back as a zombie or something. But all jokes aside, we're really happy that you're here anyway. And I'm really also hoping for that during the presentation, you're not going to stand on the wrong foot. But I think you're going to do fine. Hey, but Lars, your talk is going to be about React performance, a topic that you really love yourself, and I'm really fond of the same topic as well. So I'm eager to hear you get started, and I would say take it away. So share your screen whenever you're ready, and take it away.
Cool, thank you. So hopefully you see my screen. Okay, cool. So let's start analyzing web performance issues for React applications. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Lars, if you don't know me, and I'm working as a senior software engineer for Tech Division. And I'm also proudly part of the community engineering team at Adobe or Magento. So this means I maintain the PWA project and helps Adobe to create a better product. So in terms of reviews, in terms of which features we need for PWA. So if you have any questions about PWA, you can ping me in Slack or Twitter, etc. And I try to help you. Okay, but this is not a topic for today. So I had a situation, or maybe you will have a situation in the future where somebody's come to you and say, hey, let's start our next project with React. And then you run your project for a couple of time, and then this happened. Why is our project slow? Why is our React application slow? Big applications like Facebook are built with React. So maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's the fault of React. Let's take a look what we can do to preventing you to get a bad page score. But before we start, we should take a look and align the audience with Core Web Vitals. Core Web Vitals are a guideline or metrics are created by Google. And I try to add a QR code on every slide and sources. So if you want to go in some topic a little bit deeper, because you're not so familiar, you can go to the resources. I will also share my slides later. So first metric, what we have here is the largest contentful paint. So what means that? It's the time when the browser starts rendering. And if you have like a huge image and after your header, this affect or may affect the largest contentful paint because it's already visible to the user and the browser takes some time to loading the image. And so it's a really good measurement about how fast your site will be responding. Then we have CLS, cumulated layer shift. This means your site starts rendering and you already render a text element on the page, and then an image jumps after the header and your text go out of the screen. So it's a metric how stable your layout is. So if a user already see an element on the page, it gets shifted around or something like that. And then we have the first input delay. So if you're familiar with browser, we have one main thread, and this is the time when the user can start it or could start clicking around and JavaScript or the browser is able to handle this click event. So if you have a slow first input delay, maybe your browser will not respond on clicks or events. So these are the three main metrics. So, but if we are speaking about these three main metrics, you should be also aware that if you have installed any browser extensions like Evernote or Grammarly and try to run Lighthouse in the browser, your extension may affect your page speed as well. So what I did there, I have a couple of profiles in my work browser. So first I have my own work profile where I installed Google Tag Manager, Grammarly, lots of stuff, what is really helpful on a work day. Then I have a performance profile where I do performance tracking or code coverage tracking. And then I have a React profile where I have React developer tools enabled. So, okay, if we speak about Lighthouse or Lighthouse itself, it's a tool what is created by Google and it's already shipped in your Chrome. But this is not all. Lighthouse, it could be also a CLI, what you set up on your system to run regularly checks on your page about performance or about the three main metrics. So to get one step further, what I do personally as well, if the site is already live available in the web, I run a web page test. This is a really cool tool what combines many metrics and already helps you to get an understanding what's going on. So if we are taking a look on this waterfall, we already see, okay, we load here a huge CSS file. Okay, maybe it's something what it's worth to taking a look. Also, the CSS is marked with render blocking. And this affects our first input delay and affects also ACP, etc. And this is maybe something what we should check. And then we have a couple of JavaScript and we have a lot images. So this means, if I calculate a usual user height, maybe I should only load 10 or 20 images, but not 60 or something like that. So maybe something is wrong here. And this web page test helps you already to get a basic understanding. Maybe something goes in the wrong direction. And if you really want, you can do with that a lot of things. It's a really nice tool. You will find a lot of blog posts about web page test, how it works, what it provides, how you can read this waterfall diagram. Because if you're not familiar with waterfall diagrams, it's a huge topic where you can spend 1 or 2 or 3 days before you get something out of this tools. But it's on the other side, it's really helpful. So, okay, let's go in the first demo. I prepared a performance app, and here we have two inputs. The first is the slow import, and the second is the fast import. You would say, oh, okay, your slow import is not so slow. But now if I go in the browser tools and say I want to have performance, and I say throttling 6 slowdown, and now I start typing and I still type in the same thing. And you see, okay, some things goes wrong or in the wrong direction here. So let's start with some profiling. And if you already have the browser tools open, Chrome provides you with different tools. First of all, you could use the performance tab, and you can say, okay, I would like to start the profiling on reload. So it reloads the application and already start with some tracking. Okay, the second thing what you can do is you can start the profiling and already get a profile back. And if we are taking a look on our profile, we see we have here event, a key press event, and this is a couple of times here. And then we have here in the bottom some slow component. And what is really helpful is if you're already use a button to up, you already get the slowest thing on top, and you already see, okay, I have a component what prevent the site to render fast, because it takes 69% of the time in the browser. So, okay, one thing in mind. I built the application with the development tools. So if I run now yarn build, it creates a different bundle. So if you do profiling like that, it's very important to also check the live bundle. Why? It's in the development, you get things included like React developer tools, what also affect the site itself. So if I reload the page now, I need to use a different port, sorry. So let's go here. And I'm still in slowdown. You already see, okay, it's maybe something what is in development only happen. But still, you have some effect of a vendor, etc. So maybe what goes wrong here, or what was the problem of the slow input in React? In React, there is a difference between where you set the state and where you consume the state. So I have here a home component, what has a React use state. This is something to set state and get state. And I have here a form component, what is in this case the slow form component. And it gets the doc and the set doc as reference. So every time set doc is called, the huge homepage is rendered again. And here my slow component affects the whole form, and the whole page is loading slow. You have the same effect if you're go on the homepage, you also get a site what is affected by the slow component. And of course, you could say you can memorize the slow component, but memorization in React still is something what you need really take care of it. It's not like I use a memo for a slow component and everything is fine. So to make an example here is, if your slope component or the props for the slope component changes on every re-render, your slope component will make the site performance worse. So this is something what you need to think about if you want to memorize a slope component or not, and how you use it or how you could use it. There is a really cool article from Kenzie Dodds. Also, this example is from him, but it really shows you already something. It's like where I should state and where I should consuming the state. It's really important in React. So, and what we also have on the side is if the content page is rendered, a slope component is also included, because I include the slope component, and you will see the slope component is already loaded by the browser. So if I go on the side, on the development side back, it's already loaded, but it's not rendered. So what we could do is we could lazy import the slope component, and this helps us in two cases. First, it reduces the bit size, because the component is splitted in a different JavaScript file, and also our current site bundle gets smaller and gets faster loaded and parsed by the browser. So it's really cool to use React Lazy, and but if you use some lazy imports, you also need some suspend. So you don't see this on the page because I moved the suspend one component higher in the page component to have already some skeleton. So there should be some page loader or something like that, what is included in the page itself. So this repository as well you find on GitHub. So the link is on the slides. So if you want to take a look deeper in the example, what I was creating, check out this this repository. I will share the link later with you. So okay, going back. So what is left here? Left is now I start the build again in the development mode, because I would like to use the React developer tools. So now I open my profile for React. I don't want to. So, and React already provides a really cool tool set, and it's also a lot helpful tools here in this thing. So if I start now the capturing again, I also get some things like, hey, the slow component takes some time, how often it was rendered, how it affects the homepage. And you see the homepage itself takes 4 milliseconds to render, but the slow component takes 10. So, and you already get some charts and some profiler. And also what is really helpful if you're developing React, it's like the tools for profiling or suspend a component. And also you see here which props are injected in the component itself. It's really helpful if you're developing a lot of React code, and helps you to already see, okay, where is my performance problem? And what I suggest you, if you start developing React, don't use memo, or not don't use, start without memorization, and then if you find a performance problem, go or add memo to your project. So what we learned, what is important in React is where to set a state and where to consume the state. And there is a really cool chart, you find it on Twitter, about state handling. So if you are using the state in a higher component and populate to a lower component, you may running in the same what we had before. And this problem was state correlation, or the name of it is state correlation, and it's not so easy to track down. So if you run your project for a couple of weeks, or you already merge a couple of pull requests, it's like, it's not so easy and quick to find. So to summarize the first area, use lazy import is really helpful. Use memo and use callback. Use callback is also a memo method, or helps to memo things. So it's basically, it's often used for click handler, etc. So take care of them, because if you have often changed props, it's like, something what you should know. GraphQL libraries could be beneficial. So if you use a lot of server state in your application, it's may helpful to add a library like Apollo or React Query, because both libraries already cache the response in the local storage, and you're fine. Then we have set up Lighthouse CLI for performance testing. So this means if you learn one thing from today, add or create a performance mindset in your team, adding Lighthouse CLI really early in the project. As already mentioned, if you find out after a couple of sprints you have a performance problem, you spend hours or maybe days to find the real issue what you added. Select third-party libraries. So there are tools like Bundletopia what helps to already detect if you are using a third-party library what is gzipped like a black hole or a monster. So Bundletopia is a site what helps you. Bundletopia helps you to find a package or upload a JSON file, and it's a really helpful tool. So run web page tests regularly after each sprint. So now we know how we could improve, or what are the problems in React, and how we can find out some issues with browser tools. So, but helps us this really to get a nice performant web application? From my standpoint, yes, of course, in some areas, but not all. There are an future topic as well. So there is a bundle performance topic, or a bundle performance thing. So I created here a slow journey, and you see already the layout is jumping around. It's loading many images, and it's like, it's not real a great experience, and it's a really slim site. And if we are already found out in our first slide, what happened here? So let's go in the browser tool and see. I go now in the performance tool, or maybe let's go with the Lighthouse tool. So, This is a service worker problem. I started this page in developer mode. And now I need to rerun. Let's see, there we are. So, and to remember, I'm still on fast 3G. So this means a network slowdown and a CPU slowdown. So if you go here, you see I have here fast G3. You can also use slow G3. Also, you can use the offline mode to test some service workers things. One profile I forget to add in my slides. It's the incognito mode, because if you want to test a really blank page without, I don't want to know about how the service worker in the background already loads some images. You are maybe also better to use the incognito mode and then run there the Lighthouse tools, because, or you can enable here the disable caching option. So if you're using, I cannot make it bigger. If you, here is a small checkbox, disable cache. It also helps you to disable some caching. And there are tools like disable the service worker, etc. It's already built in Chrome. So if we go back to Lighthouse, we already get some nice metrics about, hey, after 4 seconds, we load the page. We have a speed index from 6.5 seconds and the largest contentful paint after 10 seconds. Oh, it's really slow. And what I really like on the Chrome Lighthouse tool, it's already add some tool like tree map. This helps you as well to see what is the biggest bundle, what I load, in this case, the CSS, what we also found in the live page. So maybe my CSS bundling is broken for some reasons. I should definitely check what goes wrong with Tailwind in my case, because 5 megabytes for this small site is a little bit huge. But it was like, hey, let's do it that way, to showing you, okay, what I already can read out from this data. And also I have some chunks and some headless UI, some React Slick, icons, etc. It's already helping you to identify some bundles. And then you have also the possibility to see the original trace. And this is the same thing as you run here, start profiling and reload the page. And you already get some information about bottom up, what was loaded, what takes how long, etc. It's really cool, because you also can see some functions and which functions affect the site for which time, etc. Also, you see here the thing of FCP, largest contentful paint, etc. You already see when the page was rendered and when the browser detects, hey, the page is rendered. And also you see here some nice animation of how the page was rendered, etc. It's a really cool tool. You can spend also days with Chrome developer tools or with Chrome performance tools. Also, Firefox provide the same developer tools. What they have a cool website where you can upload the profile. I need to search it. I don't have it in my talk because it's mostly related to developer tools. But if you're a Firefox fan, you can also do the same with Firefox. But then I recommend to go with the tool where you upload your profile, because some areas the website is better than the Chrome or the Firefox tools itself. So, okay, so what can we do to optimize your our application? Let's go in the fast journey. And you already see I don't have jumping elements. I already see something, hey, here is something loading. And also one thing, if I go in network here and reload the page, I have 44 requests on a page, and on every slide, I have another request. So I added some skeletons to the page. I added lazy loading to the page, and there are two types of lazy loading. First of all, you can use a JavaScript lazy load. So this means if you're want to support older browsers and etc., you should use a lazy loading library, or React Slick already providing a lazy load library. And what I added as well is I added lazy load to the sub elements, and added some skeletons to white skeletons to the images as well. So, and I already set the height and width for the elements. So it's very important for the browser to know what he should render there. And in React, we have not really a huge problem, but a problem is the browser needs to download a JavaScript, and the JavaScript itself will render the HTML. So the shadow DOM is created and the elements are created and spawned to the page. So this means in terms of we need to know what we render. It's like we also need to set height and width, and also may include skeletons in our application. So to taking a short look in the code, I also recommend to go a little bit deeper in the code. So I have here a fast slider. I use here the React Slick slider, and the only difference what I have here is lazy load, and I added here a shimmer. A shimmer is the component really in a raw state. It's only a div where I render a rectangle. You also could do this with a placeholder image. So it depends. Also, if you're using SVG, it's may affecting your browser performance. So it's better to use a PNG or a really 1x1 pixel PNG, but then you have a problem with the animation, etc. So I could say it depends on your application and what you would like to do. There are a couple of libraries what helps you to create shimmer elements, like React Content Loader, what is really cool. And it's only for 4 kilobytes minified. I also added to my browser, or not to my browser, to my VS Code, the bundle extension. So it already shows me if I add a library, how big it is, if it's gzipped, or how big it is in the end bundle. And this is really cool because you already see some metrics. So if I add a huge library, it's already getting orange or red and say, hey, something goes wrong here, you import a huge library. So if you use VS Code, there's an extension, bundle costs or something like that is the name of it. it's really cool and really helpful. So what I have left, I have left the shimmer elements, and this is, let's go on the first letter from component grid item, and here we have the grid item. So this is the image on the side, and here what I did, I use also some library React import lazy. You also could use the lazy attribute from the browser, but it's only supported in your browser. I have an example on my slides, on the latest slides, and a source map is also really helpful. And if I don't load the images from a CDN, from an image CDN, in my case, it's an Unsplash API to make it real simple and describable in this time. So you may also think about WebP and image optimization, or need to think about image optimization, because if you have a 5 megabyte image, you could do so much optimization in the browser in terms of JavaScript, but in the end, you will still have a bad user experience. So images and videos affects the user experience a lot. Also, if you're using like tracking scripts on your site, you should be careful. So if you use Google Tag Manager or Google Analytics or some different tools what already create some recommendations, it's may helpful to lazy load them so that the JavaScript is not blocking the main thread for a couple of seconds before your application is rendered. Also in React, we get a new version upcoming with React 18, what already have some server-side rendering. So if you use Next or White, this is the tool what I use to create the simple application. It already supports server-side rendering, but if you're speaking about user experience commerce, it's not so easy to implement server-side rendering real to have the same experience for the user as we currently have with server-side rendering, because you have some static areas and need to guess how I could exchange the static area. So let's close this talk, or let's close this thing. I have here a short summary as well to summarize that. So I have loading skeletons, what really helps to improve the CLS issues or move the CLS issues away, because I already render an element with the same height and width and already showing the user some fake elements, not like a loading icon. Hey, please wait, user, I do something for you, but it's not a real experience. Skeletons are used by Facebook, by Instagram. You see it on LinkedIn. It's really, really common, but it's you should do it if you're working on a React application. Use lazy images where the modern format is with loading is equals lazy, or lazy load components to reduce the bundle size, set height and width for images and video elements to also preventing view through to run in CLS issues. Use modern formats, modern image formats like WebP to get faster images. Use source set. Source set is something what helps the browser already to only load the image in the right size. So you define, I have 3 sizes of this image. small, medium, and large, and the browser takes only one of them, what is for the current user experience the right one. And I strongly recommending you to check the SSR. I know it's in beta. It's a huge proposal, and you already can guess you can spend a couple of hours on this blog post. But I think our server-side rendering approach in PWA Studio will implement it on this React 18 if it's released. Because it's like there's a prototype from Jimmy where he figured out, hey, the difference between Next and React 18. And also there is some third technology upcoming as well. It's Remix. And it's also maybe interesting for building that. But I think React 18 is a really cool thing to already play around. And there is a demo project of them, how it works, how you can create a React 18 app, and what are the difference to React before, how it works before, and what are the benefits. So what I could say here is if you implement this React application, server-side rendering is important for bots, because still we have the problem in React applications that we need to load a JavaScript to get already some HTML rendered, and server-side rendering allows you to already define the header. So like metadata, what is important for Open Graph information, already adding the headline, adding some important static content to the page, and then the rest is dynamically loaded. And your browser or the search engine will be thankful to already get some information, because still crawling is, or not all crawler supports JavaScript. So this means currently I don't have any numbers from Google how often they send a bot with no JavaScript. Before it was like you get 5 times or 6 times per week a bot what has JavaScript disabled to crawl the page faster. And now it's changing more and more. So with HTTP 2, Google starts to support more crawlers with JavaScript. But still, I would say if you're implementing a React application, think about server-side rendering. So there are tools like pre-render.io or SEO Snap, what are created from Jordan or from Experience. And these tools are really helpful to already get a better indexable site or in terms of SEO. But in the end, it doesn't help really with the end user experience, because the server-side rendering is only enabled for bots. So this new server-side renderings for SPAs and React will also affect the user experience, because it already pre-renders some area and loading some dynamic area in the React code. So this is all. Thank you for having me here. And now I'm happy to answer questions if you have some.
So many thanks, Lars. So first of all, congratulations. You're standing still on your feet, so that you're surviving. And I think actually your explanation on performance tuning was clear, and I think definitely useful if you're getting into PWA Studio as well, or actually any kind of React application. I personally learned also a couple of things myself. So I didn't know how to generate that lighthouse tree map, which is definitely useful. And also I didn't really look into the whole React 18 stuff and server-side rendering yet. you mentioned also, or you've shown actually that proposal for a new SSR architecture. Could you post that link also in the Slack of Reacticon so that we can all read it back? I think it definitely it's useful. Another question actually regarding the suggestion that you gave when dealing with GraphQL queries and GraphQL clients. So the question is, when using Apollo or React Query, which one would you recommend by looking at their size, their bundle size?
Oh, really, really good question. I don't compare them in the past. What I know is Apollo is a little bit, I would not say better, but it's the difference between both are the cache federation. So how long an entity will stay in the cache, etc. So in PWA Studio, we are using Apollo 3. Because React Query was not released at that time, and it's not so easy to replace a library. So I would use React Query for a future application, but it's like what I recommend is taking a look on both libraries and compare and take the library what fits best for your project. It's not
and actually,
like,
you pointed out also the Lighthouse tree map again. So actually, by analyzing it quickly, that should give you some results right away.
Yes.
Perfect.
Also, if you're using Bandophobia or something like that, you already see. But sometimes it's better to using one library instead of 2 or 3 libraries to get a smaller bundle size, because it's like if you're adding more libraries, you may get the same utility class a couple of times. So this means if you're using a library what mostly do the same but different, they may have the same utility class to doing that. So your bundle is maybe bigger if you're using 2 libraries instead of 1, because you're including the utility instead 2 times.
Yep.
You use only 1 times the utility class of them. So it's maybe something what also is helpful if you're building your application and then check the bundle size. So create a prototype and say, okay, I would like to use just 5 things from both libraries, and spending a half day or something like that on comparing or setting the libraries for a project worth it. Because if you want to change a library later, it's like, I would say it's really pain, and sometimes it's not really good doable, because it's like if you compare Next router with React router, they are not changeable. So Next is not really a drop-in for React, and so if you want to implement the Next application, but you already start with React router application, it's a little pain.
Yeah, so in other words, make sure to try to make the right choices beforehand regarding libraries.
Yes.
I think that's also the same indeed for this comparison between Apollo client and React Query.
Yes.
So we're a little bit over time, and that's not a bad thing at all, because that's only 4 minutes. So we're actually doing excellent throughout the whole program. But there were also no further questions, so I think we can safely just wrap it up. So thank you so much, Lars. I think it was really good to have you over. And especially also because of the whole circumstances. So I would advise you to sit down for the rest of the show, take an additional paracetamol or aspirin or something. And I hope you're still going to enjoy the conference all in all. But thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
For sure. And next up is Jimmy Sanford. We already introduced him a little bit with as in part of the PWA Studio team, but you're not seeing him online that often. He's not joining that many conferences, so I'm really grateful to have him over. But let's go into break for just a couple of minutes time, about 2 or 3 minutes, before actually going live with Jimmy as well. with Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hi, Jesse.
So yeah, I'm not sure if you got that little introduction at the previous talk at the end of Lars's talk. I announced you as actually one of those people that is really active within PWA Studio, but never really visible.
Sure.
So actually, all the way at the beginning, Dave McCauley also titled himself something like untitled manager of untitled keys, referring basically to that he's visible a lot of times, but the work, the actual work, is done by others. So therefore, I'm really happy to have you over, and I think it's really adding value to the whole Reacticon conference. So it's day number 3, really focused upon PWA Studio, with you as a lead developer from the PWA Studio team as well. And actually, once I heard about the working title and the stuff that you were working on, the hint was also that Tailwind was in there. So have you become a Tailwind fan as well, or what is it?
Well, I think that will make itself pretty clear as we walk through it. It seems exactly like a natural fit here, but I understand that it is the talk of the conference, which is good to see.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be, because there's so many other alternatives. But I think, yeah, Tailwind is just hugely popular, and it shows. But yeah, I would say take it away. The show is yours.
All right. Well, thanks for a very nice introduction. Like Casey said, my name is Jimmy Sanford. I am currently a lead developer at Adobe, and I am going to be talking about how we're bringing themes finally and at last to PWA Studio. So a little about me. I am a front-end developer of 12 years, 8 of those working with React. James Zetlin and I co-created PWA Studio in 2017 as sort of the next-gen front-end for Magento 2, and I've been a maintainer since. And these days, I am working on upcoming features, near-future architecture, so theming, SSR, other stuff that the team will be working on soon. I am sure that all of you are very familiar with PWA Studio, but just in case, it's worth it to kind of step through the different layers that are involved. We have build pack, which is where the Webpack and Babel stuff lives. So configurations, bundling, transpilation, all the setup for extensions, that happens at that layer. Below that, we've got Peregrine, which is where the business logic, React hooks, utilities, stuff like that goes. And then dependent on that is Venia UI, which is where the components and the presentation live. And then when you use our scaffolding app to generate a storefront, you will do your customizations there, your extensions there, and of course it will depend on all of the above. But we're going to be focused specifically here on the Venia UI layer, since that's where the theming is going to happen. So a quick look at how we do styling today. From the very beginning, we wanted rule sets to be as decentralized as possible. So rather than having one large, comprehensive global style sheet like you would expect, we instead wanted a very small global style sheet, basically a reset, and then to have many individual component style sheets so that we could load them over time. We use CSS modules while we were at it, which is a configuration of Webpack CSS loader that allows us to namespace and hash all of the class names in these component style sheets so that they're effectively scoped to those components. And that led to a couple of other things that we could do. So we could compose class names, meaning basically mix one rule set into another. And as a result, we could stick to a pattern of one class name per element. And what we're talking about with that is, if we look at a sample component, not only can we have semantic class names where the class names reflect the element and some state about it, we can actually, because of composition, we can say, we're going to determine which class name we're going to apply in the component based on state. As you can see on the left, there's one class name there, and then limit our composition of multiple class names and what rules go with what class name. We can do all that in the CSS, sort of in this separate layer. So the reason why we did that is we get some real benefits from scoping and decentralizing the style, right? Number one, right, we keep the semantic content separate from presentation, which is inherently arbitrary. So it's nice that when you want to change presentation, you don't have to go touch a component file necessarily. Also, the fact that we have one class name per element means that those elements are basically uniquely identified, which makes them act as API, right? It's a good way that you can target those individual elements for extension. On the performance side of things, right, we can serve only the code necessary for the view, since each component imports its own style sheet, and components that are dynamically loaded won't be importing those style sheets until they're loaded. And then we can avoid any sort of namespace conflicts or load order inconsistencies that happen when you have a storefront that's made up of a lot of extensions, right? When you have an extension, you don't want to have to know about every other class name that other extensions might be using. So there were some real benefits. However, I don't think that we fully understood just how much work it is to build a theme when everything is this decentralized. So pretty much from the beginning, we've been hearing a lot about what we need are themes. So we've been looking for a way that we could add themes without losing all of those benefits that we just walked through. But it's not just about what we might lose. We have to talk about what we might gain. What is it that people want from a theme, right? So there's really four main characteristics that we're looking for in a theme. We want things to be centralized so that you change everything in one place as much as possible. We need it to be configurable, meaning that it doesn't just do what it wants out of the box. You should be able to change the parameters of the theme at some level. We want it to be hierarchical, meaning that you have more than one level at which to change things, right? So there's some base variables which will turn into other variables that depend on those, right? And so on. So you should have 1, 2, 3 more layers at which to start configuring. And then, that last piece here, we want it to be inheritable, right? Meaning that if we at Adobe publish a theme and you make a theme, you should be able to inherit from our theme and add customizations, and then potentially on down the line, right? So if you publish a theme, other people should be able to download that and inherit from it. Some popular examples to know what we're talking about when talking about themes: there's Bootstrap, there's Material. Adobe has its own theme spectrum, right? For our own Adobe branded stuff. But these things all have something in common, which is that they're generally all loaded up front entirely, and they're pretty big. So when we compare the two different approaches, right, we compare global styles versus local styles, there are some benefits to each, right? On the global style front, we only have to touch one file, and we only serve rule sets one time, right? Because everything's served up front. But that means that we have to serve all the CSS right up front, and that some changes are impossible or just difficult because the theme didn't account for them. On the local side, we have to touch a lot of files, which is unfortunate. And there's a lot of duplicate CSS served over time, but rule sets are only served on demand, so that first render is good. And then, of course, you can make any change you want when everything is on a per component basis. So we've been thinking about what could we do to optimize the situation? What could we do to kind of get the benefits of both approaches? And we started by thinking about this particular optimization that seems available when you have a lot of duplicate rules. And that is, what if we could take all of these rules that we write, like we see on the left here in our component CSS, and kind of compile them or build them down to these utility class names. And then we could serve these up front, right? And that way we'd serve very little CSS up front and a lot less CSS over time. And this might make a global approach seem more doable. And so I started looking around for how we could do this. Maybe there's some prior art. And of course, as all of you will know, that led us to Tailwind. So with Tailwind, there's a pretty simple workflow here where theme authors input their design values into a theme config file. And then you have a build plugin that reads that config and generates a bunch of utility rule sets, lots of utility rule sets. And then component developers can use documentation and patterns to predict what those generated class names are going to be, and they can apply them directly to elements in their components. And then, of course, there's a step afterwards where anything that's unused gets shaken out, and so you end up with this very minimal amount of CSS that's very ideal for the shopper. So if we look at kind of what the standard usage of Tailwind looks like, it looks something like this. Of course, it's a lot more complicated because you have a lot more elements and then you have some conditional class names. But basically, rather than some sort of semantic class name being applied to this A element here, a bunch of presentational class names are applied, and we just know what those are going to be because of how Tailwind works and how it's documented. So we know that if we want display flex, we're going to apply the flex class, and that's all that class name corresponds to. So this is great because no matter how many components we have, they're likely to have a lot of overlap on the styles that you see on the right. And so even as we add more and more and more components, the build is not likely to get that much bigger. And that's really good. But this does kind of violate all those benefits that we gained earlier, right? And our general philosophy of keeping that content separate from the presentation, right? When you do it this way, obviously, if you wanted to change what class name was on this A, you now have to override this component, right? And that's not great. So the question is there some sort of hybrid approach, something we can do to get all the benefits of Tailwind, but without having to take this very presentational approach? So we started thinking, right? Tailwind config goes in, global rule sets come out. That's what it does. But CSS modules has this composition feature, and so it can take global rule sets in and spit local rule sets out. And then, of course, our current React components take local rule sets in and then elements out. So could we blend them? And we came up with something like this. So here, this is very similar to the component on the left is exactly what we showed before, as far as our current state. But if you look on the right, we're using that composition feature to target the global output of Tailwind. So here, the content and the presentation are separate again, but we actually have very few rules. And because the way that composition works is that these composes rules are translated into just class names that get concatenated onto the element. The end result in the browser is basically identical to as if we had applied these class names ourselves. So the result of this, if we talk about what does it look like to customize your theme, is that you're going to have a few different ways to do it. So step one is normal configuration editing. Right on the left, this is the kind of like preset, the kind of Tailwind config that we might export for Venia, which is going to have a bunch of predefined values for you, right? And then on the right, you're going to have your own Tailwind config in your scaffolded application. It's going to have its own theme object, and you can say, here are my overrides, right? Use Venia as a preset, and then go into my theme config and just override those. And of course, Tailwind has ways to extend and not just take over wholesale. But the real key is that the Tailwind config here is going to point at those CSS files instead of your JSX files, because that's where the Tailwind classes are being consumed. And it's actually going to have a very, optimal idea of what's in use and what's not in use, because the CSS files are very targeted. And so this is really good if you want to make sweeping general changes across your whole site, right? If you want to change palette values or even first level derived values, this is a good way of doing that. But what we don't have if we do it this way is the way that people normally make edits to individual components, right? Normally they just go into the component and change some class names around, and now you have a different presentation. So we would need a way for people to actually accomplish that without having to go override components. Fortunately, we already have a concept for doing things by extension called targetables. And so what we're proposing here is to simply add another layer of API to that targetables concept that will give us that exact functionality. So rather than targeting a component file, you can target a CSS module. And the structure of these CSS modules becomes really predictable when all you have are these composes calls. So if you can understand a CSS module to just be a bunch of selectors with a bunch of composes rules, then it's very easy to create an API that says, for this selector, replace class name A with class name B, right? And so in this way, we kind of keep that benefit of being able to do just about everything you want to do through theme config. And then when you decide you really want to get custom with things, when you want to do something arbitrary, you can do it through an extension, right? And thanks to the way that Tailwind works with the presets, you should be able to bundle all these changes up into a single extension, right? Which is kind of the goal. So this is how we're thinking about using Tailwind. I think it's going to be a huge step up in how easy it is to totally change the look and feel of a site without being a complete refactor of the way that we're doing things now. And looking forward to sharing with you. So if there are any questions in Slack, then I'm happy to start fielding those.
All right. So sorry for being a little bit late with that. I needed to hand over my kid.
That's all good.
But anyway, so thanks for a great presentation, and I think that's going to open up for a lot of new opportunities for people playing around with PWA Studio. Let me actually look if there's any questions. I thought there was, but there is. So one question from just a second from Vasily, who's actually also one of the speakers. Are the CSS targetables that you mentioned already available for PWA Studio 12?
Not just yet. So we're just starting on the actual implementation. We kind of went through a whole phase of proof of concept to make sure that this works, and then through formal proposal, get acceptance from all our internal stakeholders. If you attend our community events, I'm sure you've seen me talk about this before. So really, we're just getting into development now. So I expect that a lot of this will be available in the next iteration or the next version.
Exactly.
So for now, we just have the dependencies in place.
Yeah. One other question is a lot of the targetables behavior within CSS is kind of similar to CSS modules, but it's well done the targetable way. So why didn't you guys use CSS modules for that?
Well, we do, right? We do use CSS modules. Right now, like our current components use CSS modules, and they use vanilla CSS, right? One of those early decisions was to not lock anybody into a particular preprocessor like LAS or SAS, right? So that was important. The key is that if we want to use Tailwind, right, if we want to get those benefits, then we would have to switch to global class names. And the idea here is that by using the composes feature of CSS modules, we can limit where those global class names end up in our code to just the CSS files, right? Rather than bringing a whole bunch of Tailwind global class names into the components where they don't live right now, right? So we need, we need to use the global class names in order to get the benefits of Tailwind, but we need the CSS modules in order to get the benefits of the current architecture. So we're hoping we can blend those two pretty nicely. And I think that if you try that out, you actually might like it.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the case, of course, with any kind of new technology. That at first it might be a little bit overwhelming, but simply by getting into it, you can judge whether you like it or not. So I maybe have missed that point earlier in your presentation. But you mentioned actually that this themeability, this new way of dealing with CSS is basically based upon Tailwind. But are you also considering other CSS frameworks?
There are other CSS frameworks out there that I think are viable. The key for us is that we really didn't want to completely tear up what we have now and totally refactor everything. So the selection in this case was based just on the fact that we can blend it into the existing sort of CSS modules based approach, right? And that the config comes with a lot of benefits that we don't want to have to build, like that inheritability system, right? So they handle the merging of different config files, the patterns for extension, the idea of just having having responsive versions of the utilities by just adding a prefix. And so all of these features together set us up really well to isolate all of that logic just to Tailwind's layer, right? Let them handle that. And then that way, when someone wants to learn how does this stuff work in PWA Studio, you can actually just read their documentation, and not have to spend a lot of time in our documentation to figure it out.
Yeah. And that being said, the bindings with Tailwind are most likely located in the Venya UI library, and not necessarily in Peregrine, or maybe not at all in Peregrine. I'm not sure.
That's true. Yeah, and in fact, there's going to be another package now. So there will be a package where Venya as a theme lives. Right, it'll be its own. That'll be its own package, and that'll finally give us, another degree of separation between the code that you're keeping for the storefront and the styles, the presentation that you don't necessarily want to keep all of. Right, we really don't want those to be too mixed up because we know that no one's building a store that looks exactly like Venya. Right.
Yeah, and theoretically, if there's critics that don't like Tailwind, then theoretically those same critics might say that they don't like the Venya theme approach. But I think actually that the modular approach of PWA Studio anyway is that a lot of the foundations of Venya are actually to be found in Peregrine. So, or do you call it Peregrine?
It's Peregrine. We call it Peregrine, but maybe that's not how it's pronounced.
No, I think it's called Peregrine, as in the one of the knights of the Round Table of Arthur. Is that correct?
It's named after the bird. It's named after a peregrine falcon.
Oh, seriously? Okay, so
and that's why our hooks concepts are called talons. Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they've got those, those
claws.
Claws. But
okay. So.
You did bring up something interesting I wanted to talk about real quick. And that is that if you don't like this system, right? If the idea of having all of these composes calls is something that you don't want to do, because you have your own Tailwind config when you scaffold an app, you can actually just, if you're overriding components, you can put the class names directly in the components if that's how you want to do things. And you'll have to tell the config to look at those JSX files, right, rather than CSS files. But this is optional, right? I think there's a lot of merit to it, but if you don't like that and you want to do it the way Tailwind prescribes, there's nothing stopping that from working.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of like also showing the power still of the PWA Studio stack. A lot of people getting started with PWA Studio will always choose kind of like the defined path that you guys have been using. So that's Venya now with a new themeability, Peregrine, Upward, build pack. But theoretically, a React developer is able to just reuse those parts that the React developer wants to use, and leave out whatever you want to have in it. So it's definitely something to use Tailwind. It's definitely something that is opinionated. And I was use that word opinionated basically to point out that it's somebody else's opinion, but it doesn't mean that it's a bad opinion anyway. So either you can use it or you can not use it. But it's awesome actually to hear at least that the former approach of Venya UI actually did have CSS on board, but it didn't really have a CSS strategy behind it, or not a solid strategy. And it now, at least with Tailwind and this modularity based upon the composer, how do you say that? The composer, opportunity. There's basically something growing here, and I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, this is the heart of our challenge. Really, is we've taken away a lot of things that we like for developer experience because the goals of a PWA are so strict. We're doing things to make sure that performance is good for the shopper, and then figuring out over time how can we add things back, how can we improve developer experience without getting rid of all those careful optimizations.
Exactly. Yeah. One thing, hooking back into the very first question. So the answer towards will this be in PWA Studio 12? But that's not possible because PWA Studio 12 is about to ship next week, I think.
About to ship, yeah. Just going through some last bits of QA.
Yeah. So at what point will PW Studio 13 be out? Definitely with these features, or as you mentioned, not definitely, but most likely with these features.
So I would expect that we will we'll most likely make some effort to try and get something out before the end of the year. That may not be until the following month or something, but it's normally around that time frame. Can't commit to anything. I'm actually, like I said, I'm working ahead of the team, so I'm a little more disengaged with their timelines these days. But there are no more obstacles in the path to development here. So we're just waiting to get developers working on it actively. That's all.
Awesome. Well, I think this was really insightful presentation, and for sure. I finally had you on a show of us. So I got you, and that's awesome on its own already. So I would say many thanks for joining us. And later on, we're going to have a PW Studio panel towards the end of the day, and hopefully you can still join there as well. You're not part of. Or let me double check. You're not officially part of that listing, but I think if you could just hang around and theoretically share your opinions or answer a couple of questions, then that would be awesome. But anyway, thanks so much for the talk. Stay tuned, I would say. And next up is actually going to be a person that you just mentioned as well, Chris Brabender, and he's going to kind of like follow up on the story, but theoretically there's a little bit of overlap, but then your presentation was more about a new way of dealing with things, and his approach is basically also explaining how to use the target interception API and targetables to accomplish kind of the same thing. So his talk is going to be there in about 5 minutes time. So let's go into a little break. Thanks again, Jimmy, and everyone else. Hope to see you back in 5 minutes.
Thanks very much.
And we're back again with Chris Braybender, and I actually didn't mention to you, Chris, earlier, but I'm not sure about your backgrounds of your last name. Do you know the?
Yeah, it's from Brabant originally, very
Exactly,
far back. Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Brabander is someone from Brabant. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
and maybe to comment upon it for everyone not being able to distinguish this name, Brabant is actually a province in the Netherlands. And a lot of Dutch people went over to, the United States, but also Canada and etc. So that's basically, so I'm correct. You're actually from Brabant.
Yeah, long way ago.
Exactly, yeah. So Chris, awesome to have you here. You've been running a blog for some time, and a couple of blog posts were oriented towards PWA Studio, and then more specifically the target interception API. I've been reading up on those blog posts, and I thought like, hey, but if we're going to put together a PWA Studio day, then definitely you should be in there as well. So I'm really happy to have you over.
Thanks for having me.
So I would say instead of me doing the introduction of your talk, maybe you can do that yourself. And I would say, just take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Today I wanted to talk about simplifying targetables. So customization to the PWA Studio project without the need to replace or override any of the core files. So that's what we'll be covering today. Quick intro on myself. I'm Chris. I'm from Melbourne, Australia originally, but now I'm up in Montreal, Canada. I'm working with AbsoluteNet. So we're an Adobe Gold partner. I work as the Adobe practice director there. So I've been working with Magento for more than 8 years across some top agencies, Balance Internet in Australia, Gorilla Group in the States, and now AbsoluteNet, and delivered more than 30 Magento 1 and 2 projects, including PWA Studio. So I've also worked with Magento U on developing their certifications and training for both developers and business users. And I'm a Adobe subject matter expert for commerce. And over the last couple of years have been working closely with Adobe on the PWA Studio product. So we're going to cover today a little history of PWA Studio and how it's evolved. We're going to introduce the extensibility framework, talk about the local intercept file, and then we're going to go through how we have organized and simplified the process of using targetables and targets. And there's 3 key areas for our work we've done here. It's styling, targetables, and talons. And then I want you to focus on sort of 3 key takeaways. So we'll start with a little bit of history, right? So PWA Studio was first introduced to us back around 2018. And originally it was developed as a set of pre-built components to allow merchants and agencies to go and develop their own PWA. It was quite a basic implementation to start with and marketed mainly as a reference storefront rather than a complete project starter. And over time, we're seeing this approach to delivering PWA Studio change. So version 3 introduced us to peregrine hooks. Before, so the first big shift is separating venue UI and venue concept, giving us our first look at a starting point of a project, which was then taken further in V5 with the scaffolded project approach and peregrine talents. So now that we have a scaffolded project to work from, we need a way to customize it easily. So through V6 to 9, we saw the introduction and refinement of the extensibility framework. We move now to where the recommended approach for new PWA Studio projects is starting from that scaffolded project approach. And we'll see in the future that evolve to have targetables accessible via extensions as well. So now that we have an extensibility framework, what does that mean for our projects? Well, scaffolding is the new norm. How do we customize our projects but maintain upgradability? PWA Studio is moving fast. Releases will come more and more frequently too. Now they've decoupled from the core release schedule. And if we want to ensure we're able to easily upgrade our projects to take in those advancements, we need an approach where we take ownership of as little code as possible. So how many people out there are a Magento 2 dev and familiar with this on DevDots? So Magento state that overriding entire methods is not recommended and is noted here as a method of last resort. This approach may cause conflicts in the system and reduce system upgradability. So other extensibility options such as event observers plugins are preferable when possible. Basically what they're saying is preferences which are fundamentally like tree replacement or Webpack aliases or a normal replacement module force you to copy entire files or components from the core code base, either Peregrine or Venue UI, and take permanent ownership of them. This reduces our ability to upgrade easily because changes in core could more easily break our customizations because of dependencies on other files, changes to talons, whatever it may be. So the recommended approach for M2 is event observers and plugins. And this is why we now have the extensibility framework with targets and targetables. So our two options again to date are targets, which form the core of build bus based customizations, which adds transformers for file manipulation, intercepts for Webpack compilation, special features like I18N, AES modules, etc., and environmental variable validation. The other is targetables, which allows us to manipulate JSX components, primarily within Venue UI, and add, remove, update any of these components or elements within it, meaning we can customize without needing to take ownership of the component. I'm not going to go into details or specifics on these implementation of each of these. That would be a several-hour discussion, but I do recommend you head to PWA Studio IO to read up on how to use them in a bit more detail. So while extensibility is powerful, we've arrived at local intercept hell. And all of this customization in our scaffold project is handled through this single local intercept file. Who can imagine what this file would look like within a standard project? Can you see how bloated this file would become very quickly when we start needing to modify page builder components, product listing components, product detail components, a checkout, account, sign in, the list goes on, right? So we need a way to customize, to organize our customizations. So that's where this approach comes into play. I wanted to give my team an easy way to set up our projects for success with the reliable and repeatable way to customize their project to meet our client needs. And we set out to achieve three key things. So first up, simplifying customizing the CSS of core components without replacing the component entirely. We wanted to be able to extend existing CSS or override it entirely. Secondly, we wanted to find an easy way for us to group and organize the targetables we were applying to the many core components, rather than handling that all in a single local intercept file. And then lastly, we wanted to again organize and simplify the setup of talent wrappers, which is our business logic. And really, this starts with a simple problem, right? We all know the two most difficult things in comp science are cache invalidation and, well, naming things. So we needed to come up with a convention that made sense for us. Now, this is just our convention. You can definitely adapt the following approach to use your own conventions though. But what I'm presenting here can be quite flexible without much effort. What I wanted to solve was the structuring of a process for us to follow. And we know that Venue UI components and Peregrine follow a standard naming convention with JS components and CSS files sharing a name, for example, and we know where they're going to be located in that lib components directory. So with that, we look to mimic that in our local projects, and our scaffold projects are going to look something like this for extending core components. So we follow the same component naming conventions, and anything that matches a Venue UI component name, for example, means that we know we're trying to extend a core component, and the same goes for talents. So we're starting with one of our three key areas, which is styling. Now, the use style method is included at the top of every Venue UI component and is quite powerful as a little function, right? It handles the automatic merging of CSS classes. Natively, this is going to merge anything defined in default classes of the component merged with anything passed in as props. And classes passed as props are going to have priority. So they're the ones that are going to be applied. So useStyle actually accepts more than 2 parameters, which means we can convert the method from just having default classes and props classes to our new version of it, where we would have default classes, then our local classes, and finally, anything passed as props. So this priority order ensures that our customizations will always replace any default classes while still allowing for props to override in specific use cases. So we wanted to build a system to auto-load our locally defined CSS files into our new version of the useStyle method. So we're using Blobby to help us search through folders. And this is done in our local intercept file. So we're customizing our local intercept file here, which is fine, as we're only ever going to use this in there, and we don't have hundreds of targetables or target definitions anymore. We just have this method in our local intercept file to aid the auto loading process. So we're going to, what we're doing here is we're grabbing all of the CSS files existing in our source components directory, and we're going to see if anything matches a component in Venue UI based on the file name and folder name. So if we do have a matching component here, we're going to find the JavaScript component that matches that CSS file. And now that we have our JavaScript component, we can use targetables to add our local CSS customizations as an import to the component, and then use, again, a targetable method, insert after source, to modify the useStyle method to have our new local classes included. That's it. So pretty straightforward. Any CSS files in our local project that match a Venue UI component are going to be auto-loaded based on the name alone with no extra customization required. So CSS modules, again, definitely helps us here with our customizations. We have a few options on how we want to extend or modify existing CSS classes. And we can either entirely replace the core classes with our own styling, or we're able to compose from default classes and apply customization on it without losing all of the core styling. We saw in Jimmy's talk just before around the new Tailwind implementation. This approach is complementary to that as well, and it gives you another option for customizing styling in a project without having to use the targetables framework. So it is compatible with that new approach as well. So it's not completely redundant, which is nice. So let's have a look at it in action. Find my screen here. So this is a scaffolded, a clean scaffolded project. We have, maybe I can zoom in a little bit. We have our loader here where we are using targetables, obviously. We're searching through our components directory, matching it to anything in Venue UI. And then we're using the add import and insert after source method to inject our new styling onto those components. So our components directory is going to be quite simple. I've done a really basic implementation here, but breadcrumbs is a Venue UI component. We know that exists, and we can just create a breadcrumbs.css file. So that's going to be loaded into our project. So if we have a look at a page that has a breadcrumb, for example, we're going to see the default styling applied because we haven't modified the CSS file yet in our local. So it's using everything from native. If we wanted to reset the styling, for example, we can just define the root class in our local CSS file. We'll see that rebuild, find the right screen, and that should update, fingers crossed, with reset styling. So we'll see here, we don't have our padding anymore. Our font size is a little bit off as well. Now, if we wanted to apply new styling to that, we can do that here. But if we wanted to compose from the core styles and then just simply extend that, we can again use the composers method from CSS modules. We compose root from the core CSS class, and we can just change the color to red, for example. So we go back to our storefront, we reload, And we have the default styling, we have the default padding, our margin around it, and we have our color applied to that component. And we didn't have to write any Webpack aliases, and we didn't have to override any components to apply the styling to our project. So very straightforward use case, but the same can be used on any component on the Venue UI project. So the second thing we wanted to solve for was simplifying targetables. So targetables are great, right? They allow us to apply JSX manipulation to a component without having to take ownership of the file entirely. This really helps reduce the TCO and simplifies upgrading, right? So there are a couple of limitations right now, but we'll see them addressed in the future. And I've been speaking with the team at Adobe on a few tweaks to make it a little easier, like having identifiers on the JSX objects within a component to make it easier to identify and target the correct one. But generally, they're very powerful, the targetables framework. And we followed basically the same method as before to identify core components based on their name. But in this case, we're adding a targetables JS suffix to them for the case where we may, in rare scenarios, have to replace a component. We're not going to have conflicts here, right? So if it doesn't have targetables, we kind of know that's going to be a replacement. If it does have targetables, we know we're modifying a core component. So again, we're using Blobby for file searching, but we're also using a Babel plugin here that allows us to execute functions in a newly required file. And the same approach as before, we search through the components directory that match, and we find anything that matches a core Venue UI component. We then require our local targetables JS file, and then we run an intercept component method, which is a custom method to our files. And then just a note, the get React component method there just loads the targetable React component from a local cache within the class, because there's some conflicts if you try and load it multiple times. So we're just caching that. So then looking at our intercept component method, we have our targetables files. So they're very simple files that have a single function intercept component, and that receives our loaded targetables React component, which we can then run our component specific JSX manipulation directly in this file. So it's nice and neat, right? We're not trying to do everything in local intercept anymore. We can group it logically for the right folders within our local project. And we can run as many JSX manipulation methods in this file as we want, as long as it's on the single component that we're referencing. So it's a very logical grouping. And we can import new components into it, for example. We can add or remove existing ones. We can change props, whatever we really want. We also define some typing, strict typing in here, so that we can have autocomplete, make the files a little bit easier to work with. So again, let's have a look at this one in action. So I've created here, we can see our local intercept file again. We just have another method which handles our loading and running of our intercept component method. And if we have a look at product full detail, for example, we have product full detail.targetables.js. And in that file, we receive the component from our local intercept file, and we can run our JSX manipulation here. And we're able to use, say, component dot, and we have all of our available targetables methods on that component. So we could remove JSX, we can update, import new components, whatever we want. In this example, I've just created a new component, which is a brand component, which is just going to show like a little brand. You could pull this in from the product details though, because we can pass those objects down to our newly imported components. We know product details is going to be available on the product full details page, so we can pass that into our new component. So then going over to our storefront, if we were to click through onto a product, we're going to see our brand show up on the product full details page, and we didn't have to override a single component to be able to do that. So very powerful functions available from targetables. Definitely recommended to use this style, but using it all in local intercept would be a nightmare. The logical grouping here helps us organize our projects. So the last thing we wanted to do was work on talons and the wrapping of them specifically. So as we know, business logic classes are talons, right? So we wanted to be able to easily extend them. It's a common use case to modify the business logic. So we wanted to be an easy way to organize and load them without a lot of code. Again, using Globby for file searching, but we're also going to check if it's a talon or a hook. So we can do both talons and hooks from Peregrine with this approach. So this one looks a little more complicated, but fundamentally it's the same. We just check if a talon exists in our local project, compare it against Peregrine, and then we automatically apply the tap and wrap with functions from the targets API. So it's going to auto load anything in our local project and automatically apply these wraps. And then our wrap.js files are standard wrap.js files. So you can check pwstudio.io for how to implement wrappers. But this is just a really basic example of how we could wrap product full details, for example. And we can execute our own functions in addition to the core Talon logic. We can replace it entirely, modify it, update the objects, whatever we want to do here. So again, let's have a look at this one in action. Quite straightforward. Here we have a talons directory, and in this case we have a product full detail wrapper. And in this case, again, this is just a basic tutorial from pwstudio.io. We're receiving the original talon, which we can execute, but we're also loading a product list, a categories list for a product that they're working with. And then we're just adding the categories list to the existing product details object that we're passing through to the component. So in this case, we need to have a look at our source. And then you'll see here, we've executed our wrapper. So we just have to define the wrapper file basically in our local project, and that's going to be executed automatically. So that's it. There's three things that I wanted everyone to take away today, right? First up, Venue is no longer just a reference storefront, right? It's more than a collection of components. Scaffolding projects is the new norm and definitely the recommended approach. And own as little code as possible. So every file you override means more maintenance, upgrades become more difficult, costs go up, etc. right? So we want to use the extensibility framework that's been provided to apply our customizations without replacement. And we want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success by structuring projects in a meaningful way to organize and really simplify our lives. All this info is available on dev.to if you want the code or a description on how to use it as well. But yeah, thank you very much. Nice and quick today. But if anyone has any questions, please let me know.
All right. So, my microphone. So thank you so much, Chris. I think it was really insightful to just see you work with the code, get into a certain scenario, and then yeah, the perfect thing about the live demo is also that you can gradually see the code grow and grow and grow. Let me actually check upon questions. So one question popped up, and I have to admit that I'm a little bit fuzzy upon it myself as well. The question is, we are on a PWA Studio project version 10. Can we use the targetables already?
Yes, they were introduced in, I think, version 9 or something like that. I have it on those slides. Let me just quickly check. It has been out for some time now. Yes, definitely. So targetables were V9, so V10 is fine. The only thing that was updated, the big thing that was updated relating to this in V11 was adding the payments extensibility target. Oh, yeah. But targetables have definitely been available for some time now.
Yeah, so the question always with targetables is what kind of target are the targetables targeting. So what kind of extensibility are you looking for? And I was a little bit lost on the extensibility between PWA Studio 11 and 10. But yeah, as you mentioned it, so the payment gateways are supported suddenly with PWA Studio 11. And then 12 was actually discussed earlier by Olena already. So there's numerous other targetables in there as well, or at least components that are made targetable. So yeah, I think the majority of everything is just totally usable in PWA Studio 10. So I think actually a more general question that always pops up is if people are seeing this without being familiar with PWA Studio that much, a lot of times people are a little bit shaken up by the complexity of everything. Isn't it too complex? So what would be your personal take upon this?
The goal of this for me was to simplify using PWA Studio, right? So there's a lot of ways to replace or customize a PWA application, right? We have pre-replacement, which in itself is complicated, or Webpack aliases, normal replacement module. I find those for people getting started with PWA, with React, it's a little difficult to understand how that works and the implications of something like that. So what I wanted to do here was allow my team to apply basic or sometimes advanced customizations to the project without having to necessarily understand the underlying logic behind it, right? I just have to create a CSS file and I can modify the styling, right? Or I just have to create a targetables file and I can now modify the JSX of that core component. So the goal here really was to simplify the entire process and make it more appealing for new people working with the platform to really get in and get their hands dirty and start working with it.
Yeah, and I think you're touching upon a good point. Like you mentioned it also, the preference is to use extensibility or to be extensible instead of just trying to override whatever is there in the core of PWA Studio. So I've been doing a little promo. I've been doing my own PWA Studio training for some time now already. And during those trainings, I get these kinds of questions myself also quite often. And I always say that there's basically two approaches for building up a project with PWA Studio. It's either that you extend upon Venia, and that used to be Venia UI, but slowly it's becoming a little bit more with the upcoming releases, Venia themes, and etc. It's either that you depend upon that parent theme as you wish to build things on top of it. And that's kind of like the extensibility that you're aiming for. Or you're building your own React component tree from the ground up, and then you're trying to mix in all of the hooks that ship with Peregrine, and then it becomes kind of for 90% maybe your own React application instead of a PWA Studio. The difficulty is that neither approach is wrong. It's basically that we're slowly leading into a huge experiment. That experiment is basically that there's this React application of PWA Studio, which is composed out of all of these multiple layers, but it's slowly being made extensible. And I think definitely if we want this to become the next front end of Magento, it needs to be extensible by third-party extensions. It needs to be in such a way flexible that with a minimum of knowledge, without understanding the full complexity of the interception API, that people can go in and make modifications. And that's kind of like what your entire talk is actually about.
100%.
Yeah.
And one of the key selling points for me on maintaining a project implemented in an extensible way is the upgradability, right? Because Adobe is moving so fast, right? With PWA Studio, it's evolving very rapidly. New features, big changes, security and performance updates are coming as well, right? We want to be able to get those into our projects, which is a little effort as possible. There was a security issue a couple of versions ago that was introduced, right? So if you have sort of gone your own path, you have to then identify what changes are relevant to you and try and bring them across. Especially security is very important when we're talking about e-commerce platforms. We had local storage data being left there that shouldn't have been left there, for example. And then all the performance work that we have coming, the new work that was just introduced around customer group caching in Varnish as well for GraphQL queries, right? So there's some good performance improvements there. We want to make sure that we're able to receive those kind of things without massive upgrade costs with every version that comes out.
Yeah, and I think slowly, like you guys are definitely one of the, how to say that, the people on the frontier, even though you come from Brabant. I'm just joking. But the people in the frontier playing around with the interception API, the target interception, and targetables as well, trying to make it work already for real life projects. And that's slowly becoming a reality for so many others as well. So yeah, I think it is definitely worth it to know more about it, and therefore your presentation was really useful. A couple of more questions. Vasily is actually asking about the reusability of the code, the code snippet that you were showing. How do you copy that from project to project? So the code snippet was currently in a local intercept.js file. Do you turn it into an NPM package?
No, it's not an NPM package. One of the limitations of targetables right now is you can't execute targetables in an NPM package, right? So that's changing in a future version.
Yep.
We have an accelerator, basically a PWA Studio accelerator with a little bit of extra sauce sprinkled on it that we start our new projects from, and that has the intercept. We've broken it out now into another class. It's a dedicated class, and we actually allow our own extensions to run targetables. And so ahead of what Adobe is doing, we wanted to be able to inject stuff from our own extensions, like store locator and some things like that. So we just have a starting point for all of our projects that includes that by default.
Yeah, but as of yet, the difficulty is still that part is not done yet, and there's also the limitation of an intercept file in a NPM package. So you simply copy it around for now.
Yeah, and we allow our extensions to run targetables now, so we could potentially change that. But yeah, it just works for now. It's a very simple file, right? And yeah.
Definitely. Then another question from a certain Jimmy. Are there any parts of your convention that you would like to see adopted in PWA Studio Core?
That's a loaded question. I've already spoken to Jimmy about getting this into Core.
Yeah.
I do plan on making a PR to Core to introduce some of this functionality. Definitely the targetable side of it. I think that is one of the more advantageous aspects of this. Definitely want to see once the theming is released, how the styling would work in conjunction with that. But I think the targetables one for now is sort of the biggest one. The styling I would love to see in, so maybe I'll create like 2 PRs or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Cool. So let me actually just double check if there's other questions. No, that's basically it for now. Yeah, and I personally loved the way that you were mixing in like the wrapper functionality and the interceptors and targetables and also the use style hook and all together to basically allow for certain extensibility. And maybe again to comment upon things. If you're new to React, then this whole story is kind of overwhelming to understand in depth the technical working and etc. But the whole point is basically not to build your own average React application. The whole point is basically to try to do something of extensibility with Magento that we've seen in the previous front end with Luma repeatedly, and now redo that. And therefore, I think your talk was really worthwhile and insightful. So many thanks.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned yourself because I think there's going to be plenty of more exciting talks on this PWA Studio Day. In about 10 minutes time, there's 2 guys from GoMage, as in Vasily and Yuri, who are going to present on Storefront widgets, Tailwind. So it's again a couple of buzzwords that are brought in, but hopefully that's just combining all of these different topics that we see today. So stay tuned for more in 10 minutes time. And thanks again, Chris. Awesome to have you here on the show. And hope to see you again soon somewhere else at another gig.
Definitely.
So yeah, let's go into a little break of 10 minutes and see each other back at the presentation of GoMage. And we're live, back again, together with Vasily and Yuri. I just made a little mistake to say that you guys were from Bulgaria, but then Vasily is from Moldavia and Yuri from Ukraine. And I'm from the Netherlands, so different countries, making it really an international crowd. It's really nice to have you guys over at Reacticon. I know your brand, and basically GoMage is also promoting PWA for some extent already. And you're also dealing with PWA Studio, right?
Yes, that's correct. We're building our GoMage PWA storefront on top of PWA Studio. And well, I guess our presentation will tell a bit more.
Exactly, yeah. So let me shut up. The show is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you again. Very happy to be here today. It's a real pleasure to join the big PWA family and share our experience with everyone. This event is indeed a true gem for useful information. Okay, so my name is Yuri. I'm the PWA product owner at GoMage and PWA ambassador for everyone who dreams to work with the PWA technology. Today, Vasily, our PWA developer, will be assisting me with a more detailed dive into Tailwind and its implementation within our PWA storefront. So, to get things started, let's dream about the ideal PWA for developers. It's a no-stress solution that brings joy when it comes to customizing and extending the functionality, as well as learning something new throughout the process. Can this dream become a reality? Well, let's check it out. So, after days of brainstorming and even more brainstorming, we came to an agreement. Our PWA storefront should allow developers to easily create, extend, and deploy new existing features, use the drag and drop approach to apply these features on any PWA page directly from the admin panel, and of course, create new layers for world-class storefront design. We've chosen Magento PWA Studio as a basis for a solution, well, and it paid off. So let's dive into the details and see why. What's a PWA storefront in the eyes of a user? It's a set of pages. Yes, we can talk about that the PWA technology allows to cache those pages on the user's device, that the technology has a lot of other perks, but for a standard user, it's a set of pages. Some pages have unique content, design, and features. Some pages represent some static content, such as most pages in the link of a source footer. We're talking about the terms and conditions page, warranty page, delivery page, and so on. Other pages are full of dynamic content, such as the category and product page. So imagine that you, as a developer, you can create and modify as many unique storefronts as needed and on one Magento PWA instance and enjoy the process. So where do you start? Let's start with the storefront design management system, an easy-to-use system that automates and simplifies the storefront customization of PWAs. The storefront design management system represents a strict hierarchy, a theme, a layout, and a section. Let's start with themes. These are the highest entity in the hierarchy. A theme is basically the most obvious entity. In Magento 2, that's your Luma, Porto, or any other theme. In the PWA storefront, there's the default theme, which is basically a so-called parent theme that developers can use to create as many child themes as needed. So you can create as many themes as needed, and it doesn't matter if we're talking about a Magento open source or Adobe Commerce. Everything is simplified and everything is done from the admin panel. The next entity in the hierarchy is our layout. Layout corresponds to a page, for example, a home page, terms and conditions page, PLP, PDP, and so on. It also can be a part of a page, for example, the header, the footer, mini cart, checkout, and so on. So when we're talking about layouts, consider a layout to be a part of a PWA that you will want to decompose into smaller pieces where you can apply the design, the features, and other functionality that you would like to have on the storefront. This is where sections come in handy. Now, sections are basically the specified locations of a PWA storefront's layout where you would like to add the content, the features, and other functionality. These are the smaller pieces of the layout. So consider a footer layout. The layout is at a higher level of PWA customization. So what you'd want to do now is to create and apply a set of sections specific for your layout directly from the admin panel. And the same can be done for any other layout within your theme. Header, mini cart, checkout, doesn't really matter. So the biggest perk here is that since we've automated the process from the admin panel, all you need to do is basically create what you need, what layouts you need, what sections you need, apply the sections to these layouts, apply the layouts to the theme, and then just modify everything per your needs, per whatever your client wants. Okay, so we've talked about how to create a unique design, the theme with layouts and sections. But, well, basically, we're talking about a canvas for applying the design, content, and features. Let's see how you can actually add the content and functionality with no stress at all and enjoy the process. What do developers enjoy doing besides debugging and having a beer? Obviously, developing new features. We also love debugging, beer, and development. So we combined our love for the beautiful and created so-called widgets. Widgets are independent pieces of functionality that can be applied to any suitable section of your layout within your theme. Consider widgets as jigsaw puzzles. The more the puzzles, the more interesting it gets for the developers to customize the PWA storefront from the admin panel. A widget can be anything, a CMS block, a slider, a product carousel, or any extension that has been developed for your PWA. If we're talking about CMS block, again, we've simplified the process for all of the developers. Create a CMS block from the admin panel, enable a so-called trigger enabled for PWA, save the CMS block will be automatically created as a widget. The widget will be available for you to drag and drop to any section of your layout within your theme. The same goes for the slider, carousel, and anything else that you have. Now, to be more precise, let's look at the extensions in a bit more detail. How can you create an extension, transform the extension to work as a widget for the PWA? This is actually simple, and this is a three-step process. The first process is, well, you basically have to develop an extension that is compatible with your PWA. You can start with something easier or use a PWA-ready extension to simplify the process. Then you go to the di.xml file and make a few changes to transform the extension into a widget. So you'll be adding the following items to the di.xml file. The type is your unique component type. Code is your unique component code. The label is the text value that identifies the widget in the admin panel. Permissions is actually also very interesting. We're talking about specifying what particular sections or what particular places of your PWA can be used for your particular extension for further customization on the storefront. Consider a search widget. It can be the Magento vanilla search, it can be Algolia, Cleaver, or any other search widget. You most likely would want to have the search widget added to the storefront in the header, and then further customize on the storefront with some unique styles and so on. It doesn't really make sense to add the search widget on the product page under the description. So specifying the permissions allows you to inform basically the PWA where the extension can be added. The component is, if you want to specify a specific component of your plugin, then this field specifies the path to a specific component. If the plugin connects to the component you need already, then this field may be left blank. And the plugin is the name of your plugin. And that's it. So customize the DI.xml file as step 2, and step 3, you have to deploy the code. That's it. You're done, and you have your first widget, which you can drag and drop to any section of your layout and then customize as necessary. There's also a demo extension for our PWA Storefront, which you can review after our presentation. It basically adds a hello world phrase to your storefront wherever you want to add it. And there's also the video recording by our developer, which describes the creation and connection of such an extension in a bit more detail. So the theme, layout, and section hierarchy allows you to create a unique design for your storefront. And widgets can be used to add functionality to any section of the layout. Now, the next step would be to simplify customization process even further by implementing a support for a page builder. But the page builder would only be a tool that would be used on top of the design management system and the widgets to simplify the process. But there's also risk. What if we would want to change the tool? What if we chose the wrong tool? What if there are new tools available, some other page builders on the market that we would like to change from the one we already implemented? How can we avoid basically redevelopment of this customization approach for all the developers? So we wanted to create the ability to easily switch between different builders with minimum development effort. And noting that this approach was implemented long before Adobe released the Magento 243 open source version, it was a very wise decision, and you'll see why in a moment. Initially, we went with a page builder based on Grapes.js. It's a free open source project. It met all of our basic requirements, from content creation on CMS pages to applying content and features to dynamic pages based on our design management system hierarchy. So we were talking about using the builder to modify layouts such as a footer and drag and drop the necessary sections to apply the widgets that you need. Now, remember, the page builder is just a tool that visualizes and assists the developers as they apply the content and features. Once Adobe introduced the Adobe Page Builder to Magento open source in version 2.43, we quickly adapted the tool to Adobe's one, made some quick adjustments to support our widgets, and voila. Initial support for the design management system and widgets is now available. So we switched page builder tools with no stress at all. We did not lose any piece of functionality along the way. And also some good news. Yesterday, we released our first official version of the PWA Storefront product with Adobe Page Builder support that works on this system and the widgets. So this gives Adobe Commerce and Magento open source developers to have limitless possibilities when it comes to creating powerful content, powerful PWA solutions of any complexity for any client. Now, we've gone through the process of creating a unique design with its layouts and sections. We've applied the content and features to the sections. We've set all of the configurations and so on. And then comes the magic. We have created a functionality which basically informs the PWA storefront during the build process. We provide basically a so-called mapping information about the configured layouts, sections, and widgets within them, so that the PWA storefront would render them on the storefront, because otherwise PWA wouldn't understand what are these layouts and sections and what particular features and content should be rendered on the storefront. And of course, everything is automated. All you have to do is create everything from the backend, save the configuration, and you're done. But, well, some would say that something's missing. And that's a good question, because let's assume that you're a developer who wants to help the customer create some design on CMS pages and CMS blogs with the builder. Maybe you have already a good looking home page or any other page, but all you have to do is, let's say, either reorder the widgets for the page, or maybe just drag and drop additional widgets, additional CMS blocks for the page. In this case, we're not talking about code development. We're talking about going to the admin panel using the drag and drop approach. So if we're talking about customizing the pages on a local environment, how would you actually move the changes from your local environment to, let's say, the dev environment for some quick testing? Now, this is the beauty of the export-import functionality. If the developers are working in the local environment or any other developer, dev, stage, or production, and they're customizing from the admin panel the CMS pages, doesn't matter if we're talking about static content or dynamic content pages, once you're happy with the configurations, all you have to do is either export all of these configurations at once by clicking export all configurations, or exporting only particular configurations that have been modified. If you were working only with CMS pages and blocks, you can export CMS pages and blocks only. If you've also reconfigured something for your customers from the backend, some configurations for a particular feature or extension, this can also be additionally exported. As a result, what you get is a JSON file with all of the information about these configurations. So if you're working in a local environment, then you would have to deploy the JSON file from your local environment to dev environment, go to the admin panel again, and this time you would have to import the configurations, and that's it. So this tool basically helps the developers to move the configurations across multiple environments. Doesn't matter where you start. You can start with production by making some small changes, reordering the widgets, and then saving the configuration, exporting, importing to stage, so that the configurations would be similar, and you would have the same configuration across all environments. So at the end of the day, such an approach allows you to create top-notch PWAs that all developers can be truly proud of. Now, let's dream a little bit about the future. We've already heard a lot of topics related to Tailwind. And, well, basically, Tailwind CSS is coming to our PWA storefront as well. On this note, I'm going to pass the word to Vasily, as he will provide some detailed insights into our vision and the implementation of Tailwind in our storefront product.
Thanks, Yuri. Hello, everyone. So yeah, as Yuri mentioned, in our latest release, we have support for Tailwind CSS. And before we start with our Tailwind CSS integration, let's recall how it happened to implement it in PWA Studio. Yuri, please move on to the next slide. Yeah. So the first thing that happened in the PWA Studio world, it was a discussion around all the stuff of theming and so on, and what decisions should be made and what tools should be chosen to implement. Then there was a proof of concept, thanks to Jimmy Sanford. And after all, the Tailwind CSS was approved and added to the PWA Studio, which should be released into the next version. So these are the first steps that was made to make standardization of Venia more simple to add, starting with version 12, which should be released in some days. And we are already ready for these changes. And why so? Because bringing Tailwind CSS to PWA Storefront was something that we were preparing for a while, and we were playing around with some configurations already. and some proof of concepts on our side. So we wanted to use it in order to ease the customization process, meaning to cut down on costs for Storefront UI customizations and adjustments, and also to implement an idea of ours to adjust page elements look and feel from the admin panel, which we'll talk about later. So at the time, we knew like PWA Studio will have its own Tailwind CSS configuration and project adjustments. We already took this into account and started to investigate what changes will come to adjust our work in progress to make next releases compatible with PWA Studio 12 and so on. So now our integration is ready to with the configuration for PWA Studio 12. It's optimized, and there are some adjustments to it which we will talk about later. And first of all, it's the package versions. It's a minor thing, it's the same tools used under the hood. Package versions is not the most important thing. What is most important comes next. So what's the difference here? It's in the post CSS and Tailwind CSS configurations. Yuri, please, next slide. And yeah, so our configuration for Tailwind CSS is not found in the projects folder directly, but it comes from the active theme, which is set into the admin panel. So we'll tell more about themes and Tailwind CSS configuration for the theme later. But now one more difference, what we have, it's the style guide. So we decided to bring the Tailwind CSS configuration to another level and easy one more thing into the customization to adjust the brand style guide. So I bet guys, most of you know what a style guide is, but just in case, here are some examples and we'll share the slides later so you can check them out. Okay, next. How we implemented this. Basically, nothing rocket science under the hood, but we make it possible to adjust the brand style guide directly in the theme's Tailwind CSS configuration. So no need to adjust the CSS files and something like that. Yes, this might happen when the client needs doesn't match the current code base. This happens, not a problem at all. So here we provide the ability to adjust the theme from the admin panel, and this approach was chosen as a reliable one to apply the admin panel changes on the storefront. So we have our theme configurations, and then from the admin panel, the user is able to adjust those settings too. Yeah, also this approach was solving a problem of ours on the storefront, for when we use the simple CSS approach for adjusting CSS styles from admin. There for a couple of seconds, the styles are blinking, and using this approach for Tailwind solves the problem. And next, we have themes and theme inheritance already. So as mentioned in the previous slides, the active theme is taken from the admin panel. So we are at the point when we can also set a parent theme for the active theme, actually. So the old good approach from the native Magento, and that's good. So yeah, let's move on. So each theme has its own local intercept file and configuration for Tailwind CSS. And let's move on to the themes post CSS. Projects post CSS, sorry. So again, we don't have a Tailwind configuration file into the project directory, but we adjust the post CSS config file. So here again, the active theme settings are loaded, and from there we grab the Tailwind config, which later on is passed to the Tailwind itself. So that's simple. And this all happens in the post CSS config file in the projects root directory. Yuri, slow down a bit, please. Move back to the 2 slides. Not that quick. So there is no Tailwind config file in the project root folder. As simple as that. We have Tailwind config for each of the theme. And now, Yuri, please move on to the next slide. So each of our themes have a config file for the Tailwind CSS. In this case, we are looking at the config file of a theme that has a parent. So nothing special here. We just use the approach for Tailwind CSS using presets. And here, like the preset, basic preset, we load the parent theme presets and settings for the Tailwind. And on top of that, we can adjust these settings. As you can see on the screen, in this case, we are adjusting like the style guide, like the button, the primary buttons, the box shadow for parent theme, and the values here can be both like pure CSS and also using the Tailwind's approaches using themes and so on. So, and what's interesting here as well, like we made it possible, like what you write here, but like for primary button, it's already compiled into the CSS output. So no need to go and adjust some more CSS files. It's already compiled, and this works for all our custom settings to fulfill the style guide. Now let's move on to the next important file for the theme. It's local intercept. So theme's local intercept file is called by the GoMage core package when the theme is marked as active from the admin panel. And all the magic starts and happens in the project's local intercept file, where like GoMage core is connected and starts working. So a theme's local intercept file receives 3 parameters, one of which is targets, and it's most important one. So what happens here, we like collect files that need to be overridden for the theme, and also we are collecting the interceptors, like what changes we want to apply using targetables and targets and so on. So once these files are collected, we pass them down to the parent theme. And in this case, the parent theme is our base theme that does needed magic to apply the intercepts and overrides. So file override can happen for both Venia as well as for the parent theme. Same goes for intercepts. And this is basically it about how you organize the themes and how they work. Next, one more topic interesting, it's styling widgets from the admin panel. Yeah, so styling widgets from the admin panel is something we are actively working on, and it's like a concept in progress right now for us. So we want to offer the content managers the ability to change page appearance in seconds. So let's move on and see what a widget is from more a developer perspective view. So this is how we want to be able to change from admin panel the look and feel, like just how we want the user interface. Yuri, please, next slide. So yeah, on the top of the slide, you can see the how a widget can look like into the admin panel, and below it's like more explanation on how it is, what it is. So a widget, like it's not nothing more like a React component with styles applied to it as it is in PWA Studio. Nothing special so far. But there is one more thing, like the page builder settings, which is not mandatory for every widget. It can have these settings or not. But our aim is to provide styling options from page builder for most of the content. So the content manager can adjust the look and feel. And for the widgets, we distinguish 2 types of styling from admin panel. Yuri, please move on to the next slide. So we have shared styles and we have widget-specific styles. The shared styles are the styles used, like shared between widgets. Yuri, please move on. Yeah, so for example, we would like to make images inside a widget, like the border radius 100%. So this is something that happens for most of the widgets. And this, I mean, the widgets, if we can apply this for our custom widgets from GoMage and also for the page builder content types. And with this type of styles, we can adjust headings, buttons, and so on, everything that is inside the widget. Also, we can adjust the background, font color, and stuff like that for the widget. And shared styles, these styles are present on all pages. Next, comes widget-specific styles, which is like they have the look and feel applied to a specific widget. These styles are not shared, and the styles on the storefront are loaded only when a widget is rendered on the page. So this is an example like for the appearance, and this is what we work on to provide for every single widget. So the user is able to choose the look and feel from the annual panel. And someone might say, wait, what? This is already like implemented in the page builder, like for some content types. And yes, for some content types, it's implemented. But again, our goal is to do it for every single widget. And the most important part is the way it's done into the page builder. Yuri, please move on to the next slide. So some of you guys who like was looking into the page builder stuff might seen this happen. So the styles are mixed in the JS files, and the styling is like both on the JS part and the CSS files. Like we don't quite enjoy these things, mixing these things, and prefer to keep styles separated. This approach, like what's done in page builder, is not for us. So we could also solve this with pure CSS, but Tailwind makes it more easier and quicker to adjust. So why not? And that's it for now on this topic. And I hope you'll be able to make the solution public by the next Reacticon, or maybe sooner. So stay tuned to GoMage and to GoMage PWA Storefront releases. Thanks, and waiting for your questions.
Thank you, Vasily. Yeah, a lot of promising stuff going on within the GoMage PWA Storefront. A lot of promising features, and Tailwind CSS is just one of the features that we'll be implementing for developers to enjoy the customization process.
Awesome. So really good to have you guys on board. Are we getting a question in, do you say? Perfect. We already had a couple of questions, but a new question is now also coming in. Actually from Chris. Are you using a Storybook for the style guide setup that you mentioned earlier? I think that's more for Vasily.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So no, we don't use Storybook.
Oh, so that's a clear answer. Perfect. And about the extensibility of things. So if I understand it correctly, does this mean that actually if Tailwind is really implemented in the next version of PWA Studio, that simply by using your solution, people can go into the page builder, the backend, make modifications, and then actually without further work, the styling is already okay on the PWA Studio side? So how much do the components on the PWA Studio side still need to be modified? That's maybe the rephrasing of that question.
Yeah. So basically, our goal is to provide like different looks and feels from the admin panel, so user can choose from them. And on the component side, like everything will be prepared, and based on the view mode, the needed look and feel will be rendered on the page. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Yes. So we're trying to simplify things for all of the people involved in the process. Of course, this is also a proof of concept that we're working on, but so some features, some customizations can be already available from the admin panel, but it doesn't mean that developers cannot customize this further to apply some additional stylings that they will need. We provide basically some basic functionality for this, while everyone else can use the extensibility to improve, increase the options, and customize this even further. Impossible is nothing. The tools are there.
Yeah, exactly. So theoretically, other third-party developers can go in and basically use your framework or extensions actually to create their own widgets in Page Builder, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, that's right.
And are you already talking with Adobe about them buying you up and taking it all over? Or
no,
just joking.
Not really, but yeah, we're partnering with them. So
exactly, yeah, and it's really cool to see this all fit together. I personally have been shouting actually to developers that actually Page Builder is hugely extensible. So there should become kind of like a market where extension developers or developers go in and are offering all kinds of widgets. And it's really nice to see that you've done so, but actually on top of it, you're just enhancing the whole experience as well, and making it way cooler. I was also personally really impressed with the importing and exporting tool. As soon as that jumped by, actually here in the team, people were reacting like, "Oh my God, we've been waiting for this." So that's definitely cool. Another question comes in. What is the interface for merchants to control the styling for widgets and content types? But if I'm correct, that's Page Builder, right? So what kind of UI would it be using?
Yes, we're talking about in the version that we released yesterday, we're talking about using the Adobe Page Builder's functionality to apply the Tailwind styles that we've already applied just as a small proof of concept that we've delivered. Long term, once we increase the functionality, basically everything will be done from the admin panel. This is basically the beauty. The developer's task is to either do what content managers need to do, but they just don't have time, so they can assist with this. And the developers can extend the possibilities for content managers and marketers.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
For the rest, we've simplified this for everyone. Content managers, marketers, developers, store owners, administrators, it doesn't matter. They go to the admin panel and they create what they need. If they don't know how to create it or need assistance, the developers are there, and this is not difficult to customize per any business needs.
And I maybe missed that point, but the language or the way to create those GoMage widgets within Page Builder, there was a little bit of XML involved. So that was actually a di.xml. But did that also involve then the traditional knockout require that Page Builder is using? Or did you mix in your own way of creating those widgets?
That's basically well, in short, that's our own approach, because we tried to simplify the process even for the developers. So we're talking about, if we're talking about any extension that needs to be PWA ready, as long as it has GraphQL coverage, this means the extension is PWA ready. And well, this particular piece of DI.XML is all the developers need to do to automatically transform the extension into a widget. And after that, the widget will be available in the admin panel for the Adobe Page Builder to drag and drop to any particular section of a layout of a theme for the PWA.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you guys are also including documentation for that, so that newcomers could just get started with it. Are you?
Well, we're working on it.
Exactly.
It's always work in progress. It's always priorities, either creating some cool functionality to simplify life for the developers or for store owners, or working on documentation.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, totally understandable. Also because PWA Studio 12 is only coming out this Friday or this Monday. So yeah.
Yeah.
Another question, are you inlining the styling on widgets into the Page Builder database entries? So that's actually a separate question. So are the CSS styles of those widgets simply saved to the database?
Actually, I can say that we don't use the same approach that Page Builder uses. And I'm afraid this is like the best answer I can give you right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's also a different way of rendering things and etc. So yeah, maybe a little bit too much in detail to discuss it right now. And another point, another question, and both questions are actually from Chris. Are there additional GraphQL queries run on the front end for all of those stylings? No. So that's actually built into the whole plugin mechanism that you guys built. I think we're slowly reaching the end. Also, because the next speaker is lined up in 5 minutes. But the last question is still kind of relevant as well. Is there a demo already available of this release out there so that people can look into it?
That's a good question. We have our PWA Storefront demo available at pwa.gomage.com. If we're talking about trying to access the admin panel, we're currently having some restrictions, so no access to the admin panel, but I think that some of the QR codes within our presentation will give enough information for now. And if you have any questions or would like to know a bit more about how everything is done, configured from the admin panel regarding Tailwind, let us know and we'll figure something out for you.
Perfect answer. Yeah, so thank you so much, guys. I was wondering myself also, like, hey, are you working on a different Tailwind implementation than Jimmy was? Because I didn't know how much you were on the same schedule there. But it's kind of cool that you're simply hooking into what is coming up in PWA Studio, the next version, and making things work from there on. So many thanks for joining us as a speaker. I really appreciated it.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And actually, coming up now in let's do about 5 minutes of a break. But in the meanwhile, is actually another person from the company Absolute Net. So, as in a colleague of Chris Brabender that we saw earlier. That's going to be Justin Connery, and he's going to be there in 5 minutes' time to have a talk about PWA Studio and the perceived performance. So yeah, stay tuned for more, and let's go into a 5-minute break. To eat something, to go to the bathroom, or to do something. But hopefully you're all back in 5 minutes. And then we're live again, together with Justin Connery.
Yes, hello.
Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Yeah, you and Dave got it correctly.
Exactly. Well, it's always kind of like a mixed crowd here with different speakers from all over the globe. But just like Chris, you're actually from Montreal as well?
Yeah, born. Yep. Unlike him, I'm born and raised here. So yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I don't have an Aussie accent, unfortunately.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, and Justin is also a really common Canadian name, Justin Timberlake, and. But anyway, you look a little bit more fierce with the beard and everything. So, hey, but welcome. So we already chit-chatted a little bit about your talk and your background with PWA Studio. And you've been working together with Chris then also?
Mainly a colleague and I, Michael Bois, we're mainly working inside of the PWA Studio team right now. Chris is more business analyst right now.
All right, yeah. And then actually you've been also working together with the people from the PWA Studio team itself from Adobe.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it's nice to actually see that there's not only experience and knowledge about PWA Studio with Adobe, but also with the community. And and I'm just really glad to have you guys over here at Reacticon to share your knowledge.
Yeah, our pleasure.
Yeah, and you're going to talk about the perceived performance.
Yeah. So to peel back the curtains a little bit, we're going to be focusing on content layout shift and perceived performance around that.
Well, we're all excited about that. So let's take it away. As soon as you share your screen, you're ready to go, I think.
Cool. So just to give a bit of context before diving into stuff. So my name is Justin Connery, full stack developer. Been working about six years on Magento, now Adobe Commerce. I've been at AppSoNet for the past 5 years. I've been on Chris's R&D team for about a year now. The past 2 years, I've been able to focus on React and Magento applications, so integrating those two systems together. And I've had the pleasure the past few months to work on Adobe's Roadmap Acceleration Program. Been able to touch quite a few areas of PWA Studio. And yeah, we'll dive into some of that work today. So to get some stuff out of the way, the difference between actual performance and perceived performance. So actual, we're focusing more on the speed, the time to first byte, the performance of individual calls, render cycles, making sure that we're not, making sure that the actual speed of the application is performant. It's objective, it's quantitative, it's easy to measure. Whereas perceived performance, it's much more about perception. It's subjective from one user to another, and it's more qualitative in nature. We do have things like CLS, cumulative layout shift, that helps us define this quantitatively, but it is still very feeling based. Another thing, we're going to be mentioning shimmers quite a bit. For those of you, you're most likely, you've heard of skeletons before. Skeletons is the common term for this in React applications, but we've named it shimmer, and so we'll be using that throughout the presentation. For those of you who haven't heard of Upward, Upward is it's a specification for configuration-based data. So it's kind of the thing that will serve the PWA Studio application, depending on like the route and stuff. There's Upward.js, which is the Node.js implementation of the spec. This is easier to integrate with like typical SSR services. Today we'll be talking more about Upward PHP, since this is the spec. This is the implementation of the spec for Adobe Commerce Cloud. So this is what would run on a cloud application, since it doesn't support Node.js. And the Upward PHP implementation supports prerender.io, which is an external service. You have to pay for it, but it's really good. It supports that out of the box. So with that out of the way, let's dive in. So some of the problems that we tried to address these past few months, there's perceived performance while loading data. There's getting rid of the loading data spinner that we had throughout the application, and just overall reducing the cumulative layout shift. Those are three things that we're going to look at. So perceived performance and UX while loading content. So if we use this as an example, it's loading. We have absolutely no idea what's going to be on the page. There could be a title up here. There could be content. We just have absolutely no idea what's going to be loading on this page. Turns out it's this. It's just two items with images and content, but we had no idea about that beforehand. Whereas if we look at a shimmer, now we kind of have the overall structure of the page. We know there's going to be some sort of logo here. There's going to be a title, some text, an image over here, maybe something down here. So it gives the user an idea of what's going to be loading before it's actually loaded. So this helps a lot. So here we have the loaded content. And we have empirical evidence that this is better than a spinner, right? So we have Bill Chung he's a product designer at Shopify. They ran a little study. They did 80 participants, randomized the order of the time delay between them, and they swapped out either a skeleton, a spinner, or just a blank screen while they were loading the content. On average, what they found is it's 5%, it's perceived to be 5% quicker to use a shimmer skeleton versus a spinner, and that's 13% better than the control. So it's quite good. And overall, the users were 22% happier waiting a second and a half for the content to load versus when viewing a spinner. We're able to see that even though it's just feeling based, there is quite a difference between the two. And we know this, right? We have examples pretty much everywhere where you don't see YouTube loading with spinners. It's always shimmer content, and same with other big names. And now we've ported over PWA Studio to use this approach as well. So we'll dive into some examples here. So I've created this quick little application, Laravel React, just to kind of demo these concepts. Because in PWA Studio, there's a lot going on, and it's just easier to focus on exactly what we want with this little application. So we have here a demo between spinner and shimmer. So here we see the footer has completely gone up. We have the loading. We have no idea what was going on, and then poof, the content loads in and pushes everything down. So it's not very user-friendly. Whereas if we use a shimmer, we already know, okay, we're going to have some sort of items over here. They're going to load in, and then they load in, and we've already had that layout. So it's a lot friendlier to the user, and it's perceived to be quicker as well. So if we look into some code examples, so how we've structured this out is for each component. So let's take a gallery, for instance, that's just going to loop through items. It would have a corresponding shimmer component to it as well. So here we're loading in the actual item, whereas here we're going to have a similar approach with dummy data, and we're going to use the items shimmer, which for the purposes of this demo, it's just a material UI skeleton over here. So it's the same sort of thing. Here's the image, here's the text, and here's the button. So it gives an overall layout of the gallery while the content is loading in. And so that's the same approach that we have in PWA Studio now. So we have our shimmer component. It's a bit convoluted here, but this is our shimmer component. Then, for instance, on a category page, while the content is loading, we're going to have a shimmer for each section of the page. So the sidebar is going to have its own shimmer. The gallery over here is going to have its own shimmer. The main elements of the page are each going to have their own shimmer. This makes maintainability a lot easier as well. When you change one, you just change the other as well. So here's the gallery shimmer, same sort of thing as in our little application. It's going to load in the item shimmer for each item. And that's just a simple shimmer over here. We've added keys for extensibility. So you can easily go in, kind of like what Chris mentioned. We've added keys that if on your catalog page you need to have another shimmer over here, it's a lot easier. So that's how we've implemented it into PWA Studio. So that takes care of when we arrive on a page and we're loading data for that page, right? We know we're going to want to use shimmers everywhere. That's easy. The problem is typical React routing. It exists in a pattern to component relationship, right? We have, for this page, we're going to serve this component. So it's defined in code. If I go here, for instance, so if we go to routes, for instance, we have, it's for the home page, we're going to show this component. For a shimmer page, it's going to be shimmer, static, static. So it's a one-to-one relationship. But in a typical e-commerce or even CMS, we don't know what the URL is going to resolve to. We don't know the page type yet, right? So that's kind of what's explained here. So the user is forced to wait while we're fetching that information. And this isn't ideal. We need to find ways to make this wait time seem quicker. So for this, we'll look into we're going to look into, so for anything that doesn't match a URL, we're going to fall back to here. So if we return to our little demo over here, we have our static, it's known route, loads instantly. But what happens when we now go to a dynamic route? We're forced to wait. So it's just this loading spinner. We don't know the page type yet. Oh, we just got it back. It's a catalog page, which is then going to take care of loading all of its data. So to kind of go over the structure of this, so all fallback routes are going to resolve to this, where we're going to then go in, call an external service, try and determine the page type. And then we're going to try and map that page type to a component. So this is the same principle that's used in PWA Studio in a much more complex manner because it's targetable. While we're loading this, we're going to show loading. And then we're going to serve the component once it's available. If no component is available, we're going to fall back to the no route, which is just a 404 page. Yeah, and that's okay, right? But we can do better. So Michael Bois, he had a great idea. There's certain links on our PWA Studio that we know what it's going to resolve to before the user clicks on it. So anything in the menu, we know it's going to be a category page. All of our breadcrumbs right now, they only support categories. So when I click on this, when I click on any of these, we already know it's going to resolve to a category page. So why make the user wait with some sort of loading state if we know we can show that it's going to resolve into a category page? So to tackle this, we have our predictive shimmer. So we'll, for known links, we're going to set a global state, and that state will then be used to show an overall shimmer for that page. So if we take a look in our demo, so now we have the predictive link over here. So we have predictive. If I click on that, what's going to happen is we're going to set a global state of root shimmer. And because of this, in our fallback, if we have a global state root shimmer that's set, we're going to try and resolve it to a shimmer type. So again, we have the same principle implemented in PWA Studio, but it's a bit more complex. So for this, we're just going to include it right in this file. We have a mapping of shimmer. This is the shimmer type that we set over here, and it's going to map out to an overall catalog shimmer page. So if I look over here, this is just an overall skeleton of the catalog page. So what happens is I click this, we know there's going to be a title, we know there's going to be items, and then it came back, we now know the actual page type and it's going to load its data. One thing to note throughout this demo as well is that there's sleep with 5 seconds a bit everywhere. That's why it's very slow. It's just for demo purposes. And so we can take a look a bit at how that's implemented in PWA Studio as well. So we have now our root components, all of our root components, which is a main page type. They now all come with their own shimmers as well. And this is all targetable. So if you add a new page type in your application, you can easily add a shimmer, a corresponding shimmer to it as well. So it's extensible, which is great. So that's great for links that we know, but most of the links on an e-commerce site, you don't know what they're going to resolve to. So what about the rest? So for that, we've come up with a few solutions. So we have this link component. So it's a custom component that's going to prefetch the route information when it becomes visible. So we've limited it to only do this when it's visible to avoid excessive calling and redundant calling. If you're not going to click on it, we don't fetch it. So things that are lower down on the page, we don't care about. And this allows when you click on it, it allows the next page to load a lot faster, instantaneously, which is great. And this also follows Google recommendation of preloading content that's higher up on the page that you pretty much know the customer is going to click on. So we've created this component. Just a quick look at how that's made. So it's a typical link. Here. So it's a typical link. It's just going to pass everything on to a typical router link from React.router.dom, and it's going to call its talon, which is just a hook. So what we do here is we have an intersection observer. When it intersects, we're then going to run the query that fetches. This is the same query that's run when you transition to that next page. So it fetches all the page type information of that page. And with Apollo cache, since it's in cache, when we run it the next time, it's going to be instantaneous. So that's one solution, but we're not going to implement this everywhere. We don't want to spam our network with fetching route information for every link on a page. So as a fallback, we delay transition. So we're going to remain on the current page while we're fetching. We're going to display a loading bar, and then once that information comes back, we're going to switch out to the new page. So for this, I can demo it. So let's say I start on this shimmer page over here. Just gonna wait for it to load. And now we switch over to delayed. We're staying on the same page, showing a loading bar. And then once it resolves, then we switch over. So let's take a quick look at how this is implemented. So, I love how PHP Storm closes tabs. So just to give a quick overview of how everything's bootstrapped, we have, this is the main wrapper of the application. Kind of resolves down into the router. And then if we take a look at the router, on browser router, you can set this lovely thing right here, get user confirmation. Basically what that does is if you register a history blocker, it will then use this function to display some sort of confirmation to the user. So we've kind of hijacked this for our purposes. So if we take a look now at how it's doing that. So we have this. Basically what it's going to do is for every page change, we're going to register a new blocking event. So it's going to block the next page transition. So what we're going to do is we're going to check if it's just a query string change, because that does trigger this. We don't care about query string changes. It's not going to change our main component. So we're not going to fetch any route information about it. We're also going to bypass any checks for static routes. So right in this demo, it's all defined up here. In PWA Studio, it's much better. It uses the routes that are defined for your application. And it's going to bypass the check if it matches any one of those. And if it hasn't met any of those two conditions, then we're going to block the next page transition with this message. So we're going to pass this message along to the blocking confirmation. So we hijack the blocking confirmation over here. So we receive the message over here, and we receive a callback function, which is going to let the window proceed to the next page. So what we do here is we set our loading, we fetch the information about the next path, and then we tear down. So it's really that simple. And because our route information is cached in PWA Studio, it's cached by Apollo, which is great. The next time we're going to call, so when it does actually transition to the next page, it's going to be instant because it's going to load it from cache instead. So we can kind of see this in action over here. Sorry, wrong window. Here we go. So we have our use adapter over here. This is going to pass it along to the browser router. And then we have a hook defined, use delayed transition, same structure. It's going to load in, kind of match base. It's going to strip away the store codes and stuff, match, pass it along, load all that information and get it into the cache. And then when it transitions and hits that fallback route, it's going to load it from cache and be instantaneous. So remaining spinners, this takes care of most things, but in V12, you'll still see some spinners. So for things that won't really affect CLS scores in Lighthouse, so your account page, cart, checkout, things that don't affect your SEO, those will still have outstanding spinners. These are all static routes. And kind of mentioned by Dave, around page builder stuff, there is some spinners while we're fetching that content from the backend. So not necessarily during parsing. We managed to do some good work while it's parsing to show some shimmers during that process. But while we're fetching the data from the backend, we have no choice but to show a spinner since we have no idea what's going to be on the page. So reducing cumulative layout shift. First off, what is cumulative layout shift? Lars kind of went into this, so I'll go over this a bit quick too. Basically, layout shift is, well, it's layout shift. It's this video illustrates it very well. It's any shift that occurs throughout the life cycle of a page. So here the content was still loading, which forced the user who's trying to click on no go back. Oh, the content loaded in, and now we're submitting the order by accident. So it's that kind of behavior that we're trying to avoid. There's some good information on Google's site about that though. For the rest, so loading content on the web, there's two main ways to do this, right? There's before page load, so yeah, before the page loads or after the page loads. So if we go before the page loads, this is your typical experience that you're going to have when browsing the web on non-PWAs. So it's better for SEO. The information is available immediately for the user. There's less concern for layout shift because everything's already loaded. And some of the cons, well, we get this blank screen while it's loading. All we have is a tiny loading indicator up here in the tab to know that the site is actually loading. We have greater costs for performance, your time to first byte, stuff like that, since we're loading absolutely everything before the page loads, and it's hard to integrate with PWAs. You need SSR. Next way is after page load. So this is your typical PWA with no SSR. There's quite a big potential for misclicks. You have a large layout shifts after the content loads, and except for newer bots, if the bot doesn't accept JavaScript, it's not going to find your content. So obviously the ideal solution is somewhere in the middle, right? So we're going to try to pre-render critical information for the user and for search engines with server-side rendering, and postpone heavy loads, stuff like your cart, things like that, until after the page loads, or even better, upon user interaction. So here we have inlining data. So this is our interim solution while we work on server-side rendering in PWA Studio. What we do here is we try to leverage Upward PHP being inside of the Magento application to prefetch critical information about the page while fetching the template for, so your index.html. While we're fetching that, we're going to try and inline some critical information about the page. And then we're going to try to ingest that data during the first render to show an appropriate shimmer. So to kind of dive into that. So now we'll look at how Upward works a little bit and kind of the work we've done around all of that. So we have our upward.yamls. This is our configuration-based data fetcher. So we've added a couple of things in here. So we have our page type information that we're going to try and fetch. So we have this new resolver, which is over here, computed. This is our new type of resolver. We're going to pass in that we want to get the page type, and we're going to pass in some additional information that this resolver can use. We're also fetching n-once for CSP bypassing of the script, and we're also going to try to get the Webpack chunks as well. So it's really quick when we first load that page. Kind of show the DI XML, how that maps out. So we passed in the page type. That's going to resolve to this class, which is then going to try and load page information. Same sort of thing here. It matches based on that that key over here. So based on this key that we're passing in, it's going to resolve to a different computed class over here. And then what we do with that information when it comes back is we're going to try and inline it into the HTML response. So for the page type information, we're going to try and get that over here. So it's going to try to return a JSON. We're going to do some string replaces because mustache escapes everything. And we're also going to try to load in all of the base chunks, the Webpack chunks for that particular page. So if we're on a category page, we want to load the Webpack chunks for the category page. Otherwise, we would still have a delay when we hit that first render. I can kind of go into how we use this as well. So we have this over here, which is going to look at the global variable, and then we're going to try and use that as well. So on our first render cycle, we're going to try and, if we have inline page information, we're going to use that, get the component, and show a root shimmer for that right off the bat. So it's really it's a lot quicker. Here's a little demo of it. So we see in the page, we have our information about the page type. So we have our ID. So we have our ID. We have all of the information that would normally be fetched after the page loads. We're inlining that right away, so we get our instantaneous page load. Same here. These are our Webpack chunks. So it made quite a big difference. Here is a little video as well. So here the page loads. There's a delay just because it's reaching the back end, but once it resolves, this was also done with network throttling, so that we could see the shimmers and stuff. I believe it was on slow 3G. So right off the bat, we already know that we're on a product page and we're showing that shimmer for the page. If we go back here, we're showing right away that it's a product page and we have the overall skeleton for that product page. There's no delay, there's no loading indicator, which there previously was. Yeah, so some key takeaways. So our impact on CLS. One thing, be aware of animations. So always use transform and not like left, right, top, bottom positioning for your transformations. This is because it still gets counted in CLS scores if you're using that. We saw a 62% improvement for category pages, 97 for product pages, and this means that there's virtually no more layout shift for these page types. And we also made a big dent in page builder content as well with our work on like sliders and stuff like that, where we're now showing shimmers. Another thing, inlining is good. Server-side rendering is better. We know this, right? We have some good results with the inline data that we did, but we do still need to show a shimmer for that first render. Ideally, we would show the actual content to the user. But the good news is that server-side rendering is in progress by the PWA Studio team. Jimmy's working on some stuff on that end. And our takeaway number 3. So it's not going to be perfect, and that's okay. So you have to be comfortable with the idea that there's going to be some edge cases. because we don't have the data, right? We're making guesses, educated guesses, but we're still making guesses. So for instance, you might like a category page, show shimmer for pagination, and there's only one page for that category. So stuff like that you need to become okay with. And to be honest, the user's not gonna notice if it's not pixel perfect. So ballpark is good enough for this sort of stuff. And our final takeaway is that all this work is going to be available next week. So be excited. We made some really good progress in PWA Studio. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any time, but if anyone has questions.
Well, first of all, that was an awesome presentation. So many thanks, Justin. So I think actually, even though we're running out of time, actually, I think it's worth it to deal with a couple of questions anyway, because I think actually what you did first of all was really go in depth with a specific topic and basically turn everything inside out. And I have to say that I'm familiar with PWA Studio and how to create React hooks and how to fit everything into the architecture that you've gone through. And I simply found it really awesome to just see you go from one place to another and make it all make it all work.
Yeah, sorry, it was a bit all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I also really appreciated the beginning of your talk when you said, let's just quickly set up a sample React application, a sample Laravel app, just to demo a couple of things. So if you're familiar with React and things like Create React App, if you're familiar with Laravel, then it shouldn't be taking that long. And I think that's also kind of like a point, right? That if you're creating React components and you're trying to implement Shimmer, you could try to do so in PWA Studio right away. But you mentioned basically that sometimes it's better to have like a cleaner or simpler environment, or maybe a more controlled environment.
Yeah, exactly. PWA Studio, it's awesome, but it's also made for e-commerce, right? Which is complex stuff. There's all the extensibility that's built into PWA Studio. So it's great for e-commerce, but if you're just trying to play around with stuff and make demos, it's not the most straightforward.
No, exactly. Yeah. Hey, and before we dive into a couple of questions on the more in-depth part of your talk, a more general question that popped up actually earlier, and I postponed it until your talk. So the question was, how is PWA Studio doing in terms of Google PageSpeed metrics? And a little comment in there. It's not a golden truth, but many clients demand speed next to modern architecture. Yeah. So is it something that the core team is focusing upon? But I think your presentation is actually answering that question on its own. As for the cumulative layout shift, of course, there's the other two metrics as well. Did you have that in your slides or no?
So for instance, no, it's mainly only focused on CLS. Although with our release next week, they're taking Lighthouse stats, so that information will be available soon. So you'll have like the full image of how it's performing. But this is mainly based on CLS scores, and we went from 0.013 to 0.005. So and from 0.03 to 0.001 for product pages. So there's quite an increase there, and yeah, performance is definitely a focus point for the PWA Studio team. What good is a PWA if it doesn't perform, right?
Yeah,
it's definitely.
And maybe to comment upon the other two metrics, so I don't know from my mind up, but basically they worry about performance more in general, and that's basically where strategies like server-side rendering, but also combined with Varnish come in. That's where general React performance also comes in, with basically the talk with that Lars gave earlier. So I think in general this could have been actually one of the vital missing pieces to comply more to the Google metrics. And actually, yeah, that falls together with the core Web Vitals, but also likewise, of course, with Google PageSpeed. So yeah, I think that kind of answers that question. Yeah, and then your talk actually went really in depth with the whole shimming part. We found it awesome to hear that you were hooking everything into React routing, and that basically while loading the page or while shifting from one page to another, you were doing that intermediate query really quickly just to make sure that all of the information was there to make that educated guess. And you called it predictive shimmering. But then later on, you commented upon something that you already pointed out. Like it's possible to know beforehand whether a certain URL, so a certain route, is going to turn out a category page or a product page. Exactly. But for instance, if you're on a category page with only 3 products instead of 12, then the pagination is not needed, and etc. But have you been thinking about some kind of solution there, or?
No. So we really did go for an approach that the most common occurrence of the page, that's what we're going to make a skeleton for, because we don't have that information yet, right?
No.
So there is no real choice. If you're not going to do server-side rendering, there's no real choice but to make those educated guesses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it makes sense, but I was just wondering, like theoretically, upward is just extended in such a way that the information is loaded anyway. But it's
yeah. Well, you could, right? And that's really the balancing act, the balancing act. Sorry, the happy middle. It's, are you going to load that information before the page loads or after the page loads?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Separate question also, the shimmer, is it then a specific targetable that is added to PWA Studio?
There's a couple things. There's the main shimmer component, which is kind of like the material UI one. You give it a type, so a rectangle, an input, something like that, and it's going to mimic that. So that's your general shimmer, and then the overall root component shimmers, so that predictive part of it, you can add to that as well. That part is targetable. We added that in.
Yeah. All right. And then actually moving into, well, a part of the presentation more to the end. So one question actually popped up. Do you have code somewhere online for specifically the upward part? Maurizio is actually commenting, I was not able to find any good documentation about it. And it's really interesting. So upward is always a more difficult thing to understand anyway.
I believe we did do some documentation for the upward portion in this release, so that will be merged into the dev docs. But as far as the actual backend, like the PHP module, I don't think there's any real documentation on that one. Dave kind of jumped into it too, that we're going to be deprecating it. So do we invest that time there or elsewhere?
Yeah, exactly, and that's actually also something that I was wondering. So there's kind of like a lot of effort to extend upon Upward, the PHP version of Upward, because of its its base in Magento, allowing for extensibility. I thought you actually also quickly showed also a di.xml file in the Magento backend system, which allows for that upward PHP mechanism to be extended. I was almost kind of like answering my own question. Would that functionality be available also for upward JS?
No, so we focused on the PHP version because it's inside the application. We're bootstrapping Magento to get this initial page response. Whereas in Upward.js, you would need to make that call, and then there's the network back and forth and stuff, and it just the performance of it wouldn't make any sense. You may as well just fetch that information after the page loads instead of blocking the first load.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that kind of like leads to me to a final question, which I find a little bit a bummer as well. So you went basically through so much work and difficulties just to make it work also with the Upward PHP version. And then you basically mentioned that Upward is going to be deprecated on the long run. However, it's going to be deprecated by Magento on the long run, but it doesn't mean that actually server-side rendering is not an option right now. So did you guys consider that as an opportunity instead of using Upward?
So if you're using Upward.js, you're already on a node-based platform, so you can use something that will do that server-side rendering for you. So we decided not to focus on that. We had looked into possibly something with Fastly, since that can apply to a more broad audience. But in the end, we decided to focus on the Upward PHP, and in parallel, we're really trying to find a solution for server-side rendering, like true server-side rendering with PWA Studio.
Yeah, so maybe you just went along basically also what is supported by Magento Cloud, or Magento Cloud, I should say, Adobe Cloud Commerce, and then leading into basically the Upward PHP version. Kind of makes sense to me, yeah. All right, so yeah, there were a couple of more in-depth questions, but that's basically belonging also to such an in-depth talk as well. I'm just really happy that you guys, but also you specifically, came over just to enhance the whole program of Reacticon, because I noticed also that a couple of things were a little bit underlighted today. That we were diving into all kinds of topics, but previous years we also dived into Upward, for instance, and now we got a little bit Upward in there anyway, even though it's going to be deprecated. But yes, so many thanks. Awesome to have you in at Reacticon 4. Sorry, day number 3 though.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope that your slides are also going to be available afterwards.
Yeah, I'm going to post them in the chat, and there's some links in here to the demo code, the community Slack. So if anyone has further questions and stuff, don't hesitate to post them there, and some other stuff on PWA Studio.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, many thanks. Next up is a little bit later than scheduled, but I think that's totally still fine. Next up is the final part of Reacticon day number 3. A panel discussion. What is next? And joining us are Eric Irway, Dave McCauley, and Olena Tkatsieva, if I'm pronouncing it again perfectly. So that's going to be next, but let's take a 5-minute break first. And after that break, we're going to do that final part. So if you have any questions remaining, this is actually the time to ask them and to dive into a further discussion with the PWA Studio team itself. But thanks again, Justin, and see you soon.
Thanks for having. Take care.
And we're live. So yeah, the versions confused me a little bit recently. So this is Reacticon 4, day number 3, and the 6th or the 7th slot of the day, and the final slot as well, with a Q&A panel. There's Dave, Eric, and Olena from PWA Studio, Lars, who fell from the bike. And it's awesome to all have you in here to just go through a couple of the topics, easy chatting, trying to get rid of that corporate identity of Adobe, and then just have a conversation in between. So it's kind of like similar to what you and I did, Dave, this morning. And then hopefully, like we can get to a couple of more challenging topics. I can guess that you already know what kind of direction that is going. But before we do that, maybe it's nice just to do a little bit of an introduction. So yeah, if I could give you the word, Dave, to
Sure.
introduce yourself.
Sure, I'm looking forward to your challenging subjects. They're always interesting. But I'm Dave McCauley, and I spoke this morning. I'm the engineering manager for PWA Studio, and I've been with Adobe for about 4.5 years and managing the PWA Studio project for a year. And I will pass it over to Eric.
Yeah, great. So thank you, Dave. So Eric Arway, product management for what we call our experiences here at Adobe. You know, a long time Magento for almost now 7 years into Adobe. And so I've got some great folks on my team like Elena and others are really at the forefront of the storefront, the merchant, and the developer experience. And so super excited to have us, for you to have us here, and really, again, also looking forward to the questions. So I'll hand it over to Elena.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, as Eric mentioned, I am on his team leading PWA storefront transformation. And I am with Magento for also quite a while. And previously, I was heavily involved in page builder, content editing tool, and now I'm leading both.
Great. And Lars?
Yes, Lars, senior software developer for Tech Division since 8 years. I work with Magento, so also a long time runner, and proudly part member since 2017. So I was luckily at the first hackathon where the community engineering team was founded, and then I joined the community engineering program, and since they catched me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, and it's good to have first of all to have the team of Adobe itself on board. And first of all, I would also like to thank you guys for helping this day possible. So it's not only with you guys with the content that you brought along, but you also simply helped to put the entire program together. And I was pretty relieved with doing that, because Reacticon simply spreads across 4 different days. So it was kind of challenging to do all of that with great content. But yeah, thanks to you guys, it turned out to be a great day after all. But yeah, to get kind of like in the questions, I think actually there's just a couple of questions to get us started before diving into the more complex parts. So throughout the day, we actually had a couple of topics with Justin and for instance Lars, really diving into the PWA Studio code. And I always imagine basically a Magento developer knowing about XML layout and PHP standards to dive into PWA Studio and then suddenly be surprised about the entire stack. So what kind of knowledge would such a Magento developer need to get started with things? I'm not sure who wants to pick up on that question.
Sounds like a great one for Lars.
So Lars.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So from my point of view, it's I did this transition from backend to frontend, or more and more frontend. So it's like where I started is at some hackathon, pick up some story and create my first pull request for PWA Studio, and then it was like, oh, okay, I need to know about JavaScript, I need to know about ES6, I need to know about React, I need to know about how Webpack works. And then it was like a self-education. More and more, it was more and more technologies joined there. And it was like, I started with JavaScript and React, and then I pick up different technologies like Apollo, etc. And there are really good resources to learn React. And I really like your training about PWA Studio. It's also a really good resource to learn, but the foundations are React and JavaScript.
Yeah, maybe to follow up from that part. So I think that the reality is, of course, that PWA Studio is based upon React, and if you don't know about React, you're going to be having a hard time. But that also leads into another question, like how much of React should you actually use, and how much of PWA Studio should you use? It's kind of like leading into a question that was also picked up earlier with Chris and Justin. Their code is really related towards the PWA Studio stack with targetables and everything else. But is that also kind of like the vision that Adobe has to push developers into that direction of the target interception, and less in just to build a React app? So how much complexity is still to be anticipated? It's more like a broad question, but I'm not sure who wants to pick up on this one.
Yeah, and Jesse, I can take it from at least a product perspective if Dave has my back from a technical perspective. But I think from a product perspective, we have some work to do to simplify with what we have, right? I think we have a lot of great options that are on the table, but I think over time, with the help of this community, we've shaped the things, things that worked, and we've adapted the things that may not have been adopted in the same. And so we talked a lot about that, with things like Upward and others throughout the day. And I think ultimately there's, we're just looking at a series of options. So we should have really, really good reasons, basically like 10x better reasons to be different, inherently different than a framework that's out of the box. And sometimes that's easier said than done. So I look at it surely from a product perspective where, we're taking a hard look on areas that have been customized. We've learned a lot with well over 300 examples, at least on Built With, over about 150, I believe, in terms of like certified stores. Like we've learned a lot in terms of how this works, the extensions, the early work that's been done to date. But that's again, that's my perspective on it. So I don't think our work is done, and it's definitely certainly not on high order to add more, to add said complexity into it. And in many ways, we're actually probably going to go the other way around. But there is I would say from a larger Adobe perspective, we have embraced React as a framework, and that goes well beyond Studio, well beyond Commerce, Magento, et cetera. You'll see that across the way. So there's a lot of goodness there that I think is going to work out well for us.
Yeah, from a technical perspective, I think we're looking at simplification. This landscape has been evolving over the past few years. That's why Reacticon was founded, right? This was some new technology all getting built by different companies using different frameworks, and our bet on React, I think, still holds a lot of weight. It seems to be growing pretty well, and that's not saying Vue is bad. Vue is also great. But that continued simplification of all of the aspects of PWA Studio will really help us get more developers on board and help Magento developers transition. We don't want to be considered another Magento product with stupidly complex layout and rendering systems for everything. We really want to get away from that and be able to do more simplistic layouts and get new people in the bottom to learn on PWA Studio, and really just do that by following industry standards. Stop inventing things, start following and collaborating and working on solutions that are familiar, rather than things like Upward.
Yeah, well, so Upward basically was interesting on its own, but it shows kind of like if there's something needed specifically because Magento and e-commerce is such a complex topic already, and if you're trying to duplicate that in React, you're simply leading into those really complex scenarios. And I think actually Upward was trying to solve that in a really smart way, but maybe so smart that nobody understood it anymore. And that was basically the downfall. Yeah. And that's still what I'm also wondering with the target interception API, to bring it back to the first question, to get started with PWA Studio, there's a learning curve. And that learning curve was basically something that Lars just pointed out. You start with tutorials, with playing around with the code. And first you need to be a good React developer that is able to use React on its own. Theoretically creating your own hooks, and only if you're reaching a certain level, then only at that level suddenly the target interception makes sense, and only after it starts to make sense, after that you can try to conquer it as well. And that's like a big question mark that we're still in. The target interception API is hot. But it might be following up with something that Chris Brabender pointed out, that basically by using the target interception, he was able to kind of like offer another API to junior React developers that they found easier to work with. And that's still not finished yet, but it feels to me like one large experiment to push the boundaries of Magento on its own. But yeah, it's not a real question, but it's kind of like wondering more. Are you guys on the right path, or do you foresee that theoretically, if upward is going to be now acknowledged as being a mistake, or not a mistake, but as an experiment that you move away from again? How much of that target interception is also kind of like an experiment, or how much is it going to determine the real future?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, everything in this space is somewhat an experiment today. We see the rapidly changing landscape of software and technology all the time. So I think with things like Upward, it naturally makes sense as that infrastructure side grew as well. AWS providing things like Lambdas and then becoming very mainstream has really helped drive this different thinking of how you host applications, especially these new JavaScript ones. I think for things like targetables, I think everyone will agree it's not done. I think it's a good foundation, and it's showing promise in, what our extensibility could be. And, it has some similarities and a lot of differences to what core Magento developers are used to. But having people like Chris Brabender and others interacting with those APIs and giving us feedback and, being open source means that we can evolve it with everyone kind of as a collective, rather than kind of just dictating what we want our API to be. And that's really the future of how we're going to build this product. And it's something we're already doing with our roadmap acceleration program. The folks from AbsoluteNet, Lars here, and we have some others from other companies actually work within my team at Adobe working on the core product. So they're both in the community and they're being, paid by their original employers, but they're funded through our programs to, enable us to get that forward thinking and that skill set onboard the team and provide a new direction along with, the main word in there being acceleration. So continuing on what I said earlier about open source, collaboration is how we're going to make this thing the best possible thing it can be. Siloing it and us doing it behind closed doors with our opinions only would never make good experiments that result in good APIs. Yeah, and I think the key word there is still also that PWA Studio needs to be forming some kind of API, and that's basically what the target interception is all about. Mm-hmm. But that API is also about flexibility. So the end goal is not to build a static React application. It's basically to have something new. So that's for me like the broader experiment in there, to create a React application that is simply extensible by, thousands of third-party extensions. And the only thing that you need to do is just to type in a command yarn install, or yarn add actually, and then the name of the extension. And there you go. But how much are you currently in need because of that for extension developers to adopt for like PWA Studio right now as well? Yeah, we definitely need it, but it comes with the same problems that we saw before with, the fragility of any API. So we're trying to do it right, but I feel like I'll open the floor if anyone else wants to speak on this, as my voice is getting boring.
I can touch a little bit on the early adoption within the extensions and kind of themes aspect of the developer experience. And so we've seen roughly 30 or so third-party developers who've taken a taking a cut at what this looks like. Ultimately, this is all going to be part of the marketplace. But I think we've got to finish out some of the work that that David described to really get to that point where there's enough stability where we can build upon that. But we've been encouraged by a lot of the work, GoMage being part of that, but we've got a few others that are more content focused and in other areas that are kind of your traditional extensions and themes that you would expect. But ultimately, for us to get to that point, we've got to finish that out so that we don't have to worry about the breakingness of any change with the introduction of new ways and new APIs that are part of that. But that too has served as a really useful means for us to kind of learn from things that may have solved this specific use case, but making sure that we're hitting the broader need as we look at both the kind of the simple and the more complex business cases along the way. So yeah, we're encouraged. We want to productize it a bit more, and we want to, this will eventually be a very very viable option inside of the marketplace very soon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that it's actually also hooking into the story of Olena's talk with. I forgot about like the terminologies, but you had in your presentation, Olena, 3 columns ranging from the old situation to the new situation, and a story halfway in between. And we're kind of like
decoupled to the headless.
Exactly, and we're still in that progress of being decoupled, as in that there's still like the perfection of well, whatever it's going to be called as in the version number. So we talked about 2.5 at some point, but it could also be that 2.4.4 or 5 is also going to be adding the service-oriented architecture that backend developers like Igor Miniailo are talking about. But that would also mean that sooner or later in this decoupled state, you really want to have extension developers on board as well, right, Olena?
Yeah, of course. And this is something that we, as Eric already pointed out, we already have. That work already started, and we are going to incorporate it more into the Magento marketplace space and have it like as a more seamless experience.
And is it then possible to point out towards a specific PWA Studio version that at that moment, once you reach that specific level on the roadmap, that you're able to shout out to all of the extension developers and, well, everyone basically, it's now done. Please embrace it.
We really hope that this is something that we can do next year, but I mean, really no promises here. As you see, like almost any PWA release now is a major version. And with that situation, extension development is like rather challenging.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So we're looking. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's a tough question, right? I mean, one could make the statement like nothing is quite ever done, but I think it's really a matter of maturity, right? I'm looking at the list of, the providers that have already gotten ahead, like Amnesty, Adyen, and a few others, and they're all kind of out there, but they're also waiting for us to get to that point as well. I think what we're really encouraged by seeing is that the ease of use in the new technologies here, it just simply outweighs the past. And so, often there's this feeling like, is it done yet? Should I get started? Yes, that's a consideration. But if you're ramped up on React, if you're ramped up on GraphQL, how this works, especially with the maturity of GraphQL to date, which is really, really strong, right? There's not a lot that will hold you back. And then very often, we do want to make this easier. We want to make sure things are less customized over time. But that concept of done is always a hard one, because like you could also say Luma's not done yet either. But what does that? What does that mean? So
well, and now you bring up a sensitive point, of course, and I found it funny also that Olena talked about that same thing in her presentation. That if the current phase is compared to like those 3 columns in that slide, like the first one being the deprecated one, and the current one is the decoupled, and then the next one is going to be the headless state that the architecture or the vision is going to be in. that means that Luma is going to be deprecated. And I told Olena that I still remember that moment where Anton Krill stood in front of a crowd and mentioned like Luma is going to be deprecated, and then everyone started to get angry at him. However, everyone also complained about Knockout and Require and that old front end. So to myself, I was saying like, well, what do you expect? And I think that that's still the difficulty that you guys are in. That as soon as you're trying to deprecate the old front end, which is definitely outdated and not done either, as you say, as you said, Eric, that basically you need to introduce PWA Studio as the alternative. And the difficulty there also is that if people are going to look into the direction of Magento/Adobe for both the backend and the front end, then PWA Studio is most likely going to be the only front end. So it's kind of like pushing people towards a product that they might or might not know or might not like. So how do you treat also the reality of that people might not want to use PWA Studio but Vue Storefront instead, or Hufa, or something that is not either that you can promote as stable and also not something that you can promote as deprecated either?
Yeah, it's a good question. Go ahead.
I would like to add something else. You forget about SIF. This means the AEM frontend, what is also possible. And I think if we are speaking about commerce term experience, AEM will be also a big point. So if you have enterprise customers, you will have SIF, and then you will have some customers what use PWA. But still, SIF is also, or AEM is still using React as well. So they provide own Spectrum library, etc. So I think it's like you need to teach your team definitely React for the future.
Yeah, so it's definitely also part of the Adobe stack indeed, and well, together with GraphQL and other related technologies, definitely. But yeah, it's a difficult pick basically, that the whole community is slowly seeing themselves facing all kinds of choices, and that basically Adobe is not going to embrace all of those choices, but only part of the choice. So there's not going to be numerous front ends supported by Adobe, but there's only going to be one PWA Studio, well, and Adobe AEM. But so yeah, Eric, you started to say also about how that vision specifically is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. I think in many cases over the past few years, we've continued to see research, data, and adoption to show that the current Luma-based front end isn't serving the needs now that it once did 6+ years ago, right? And so I think we're encouraged by this, and this is something that's happening as an industry. It's not unique to to Adobe, Magento, what have you. And so this idea around headless and composable commerce may feel like buzzwords, but it really comes back to that choice that you mentioned. So I think I like to look at this as really a means to offer that choice, but make those choices as easy as possible. What I mean by that is often enablement, right? There's a lot of teams out there that may be using React for the very first time. It's hard, right? And so it's 10 years from now, it'll probably be it could be another language, it could be another framework or another framework. We always talked about like a fictitious framework like Blurple. Blurple's coming out. Let's all use Blurple now, and everybody's very excited about it. And so these things always change, but I think the flexibility, the options are really, really important. But I think the key part here is really the flexibility and agility. So the idea where you can adopt any one of these, especially kind of how Elena had outlined this kind of in a headless way at kind of point of need. We've seen some interesting use cases where they may start off with a few components, even in the AEM world, and then eventually make their way through checkout. And it's no longer this idea of this single like waterfall-like implementation over time, which is a new way of thinking for merchants and partners. And then, for those who are more comfortable with Luma, there's a lot of time invested, education, et cetera, that is part of that, that continues to serve a need as well. That's why we're encouraged by Huva and others who've given us a new theme on that, but it's a little bit more coupled, right? And that solves a certain need and certain market as well. So I think options are really good, and that's very much what the industry is doing well outside of our platform. Yeah. And so I think it's our job to make that easier. And I think with every release, we're continuing to make that easier, but we're also relying upon and really depend upon the community, folks like yourself and others to help enable them and make that easier, because it is a change. It's not the same It's not the same storefront, not the same platform as we were a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So Dave jokingly mentioned Vue as well. So would for instance, if the community feedback is really to use Vue as an alternative to React, would PWA Studio then start to embrace Vue as well? It's a really stupid hypothetical question, but
well, we didn't rewrite the old front end in Magento, so I don't know if we'd rewrite the new front end if technology changed that dramatically. I think PWA Studio is going to evolve as times change. We adopted hooks, within a recent version, and that was a big kind of refactor of the industry using React. So we're just gonna, we made a bet on React. It's like the bet we made on Knockout 10 odd years ago, however long ago that was. And those kind of decisions are baked into your product. You don't get much wiggle room, and you can't do a famous Magento abstraction around everything like we did try and do with Knockout. So if tides do change, that's why we're considering things like Next.js. If it makes sense for us to explore moving on to those new libraries or platforms, then sure. A change like React to Vue, that's not refactoring, that's rebuilding. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and therefore, of course, it's a silly question as well. So sorry for bringing that up.
The classic UC question. What was that?
No, I've got really tough questions still heading your way. But I think like the problem here, or not the problem, but it's kind of like the interesting part. A lot of people were reacting towards the decision of Magento to go for React with PWA Studio. They were wondering like, hey, but why not go for Vue? Because at that moment, Vue was actually more popular in some places. And we shouldn't go into that debate of like which one is better. But it shows kind of like that you're opinionated as soon as you choose one. I've been repeating actually that word opinionated throughout the conference as well, because whatever we do on the front end, whatever CSS framework we pick, whatever solution we build, it's always going to be opinionated. But now the difference is that it's not just Lars or me or a solo developer picking such a framework, but it's actually Adobe. And suddenly the preference of Adobe becomes the solution that actually the community also needs to embrace. So how much would you be open also for upcoming changes for that decision to be influenced by the community?
This hits back at our open source conversation earlier really nicely. We do a lot of stuff on GitHub through issues with our office hours every other Wednesday, and our presentations with the community every opposite Wednesday, where we try and make sure, upcoming big changes, that we try and start talking to the community before we really, embrace them fully. Jimmy's theming work recently, that was something that we were very open with. We had it up on GitHub. We were talking about it in those demos and trying to get feedback ahead of time before, we just go and commit and do it. So that's really, the vein of what we're trying to do with this. It goes back to that collaboration word I keep loving to say. We want all the feedback, good and bad. It helps us make better decisions. But you're right, everyone's going to have an opinion. Some people are going to hate the decision the majority likes. That's just the nature of the world. And that's okay. We got to do right by ourselves and our customers, our merchants, SI's partners, and then their customers. But, we could still make wrong decisions and we can change them. Nothing is set in stone. It's just, what's the benefit of changing?
Yeah. Well, and basically also, what's the benefit to whom? And I think that's an interesting question, because that's also bringing up the actual topic of a certain open letter that was written by a group of people, and that caused a stir in the community. And the first stir that it actually caused was that a lot of people looked at the word fork in that original letter. And then reacted like, hey, but this is going to split the whole community in two ways. One way maybe leading into whatever direction Adobe it's kicking into, and then the other, well, that's Hufa, right? Because most of the signers, most of the people joining at first were actually part of that Hufa community as well. Now they rephrased the open letter as well with a second blog post, basically mentioning more of a distribution. And that basically also is something that I wonder whether the headless situation, so simply on the storefront, is also going maybe that way as well. That PWA Studio is for sure not the only storefront, not the only front end that is going to be there. But it's also leading into the conversation that actually that open letter brought up, that the people that signed that letter, or actually that wrote that letter in the first place, were also kind of not angry, but worried about the direction that the whole stack of Magento was going into. Specifically because they wanted to go into a different direction. So Adobe is having its own customers higher end up. How do you say that? Higher up in the end. Anyway. Well, not necessarily all the way at the top, but basically large enterprises. It's getting late, right? But basically, I think a lot of the signers of that letter were focusing more on small and medium merchants and businesses out there. And that's basically leading into the conversation, for whom are you also building it? Is that also something that you could say more out loud for PWA Studio? So is PWA Studio being built actually for Adobe Commerce customers, or actually also for specific customers that really stick with Magento open source on the long run?
Yeah, this is a great question. And so, by the way, I think, with regard to letters, we've had a lot of discussions about this. I mean, it's no secret that I've jumped in and have taken a bit of a more active role with my liaison title or what have you with the association to really start having conversations like this. Honestly, I think I miss a lot, and I know that Elena and Dave feel the same way. These types of conversations that would often happen at events, in our offices, etc. Because what I found is that the letter itself is really just about the energy in the community and really energy as it reacts, no pun intended, to really all the changes, right? People, process, technology. There's a lot of change here, and I think and I've talked to some of the more vocal members individually, and you talk through it and you go, yeah, I get that. And it's like, are you aware of this change, that change, or another, whether it's the contribution model or the open source roadmap or these other things, they're still catching up to that. And there's been changes on our side that may have made that flow of information, not deliberately, but done so in a way that is hard to keep up with, which I get, especially in a world, coming back to what we were just talking about, where there are so many options, certainly at the front end. And that's a good thing. And it's not us kind of sidestepping, let's be all the things, but the reality is, we have a product that we're really proud of, that's been in development for well over 3 years, that it super serves what we feel, hits the Adobe Commerce target market, but also has given us quite a few great, small and mid-market launches as well. And I think if that doesn't meet the need, and we see feedback on kind of what the why is behind it, let's talk, right? It's an open source product, and so I don't think people really think about it as decoupled from that. And I know that there's with things being opinionated, not there's onboarding and kind of ramping into that, but I think that's really where it is, and it's about the conversations. I'm encouraged, by yourself and others being part of the task force. I'm equally as hopeful about the functional, but also the non-functional discussions that we'll have. What does it mean to share information? What is the right cadence? What is the right method? All these things kind of got upended, certainly with the pandemic, and especially with some of the changes. And so I think that's kind of where my head is. And it seems, when I've talked to people individually, I think that's kind of where they feel as well. And a lot of it's just kind of keeping up with that. And again, back to enablement. How do we help people with those choices? And could be Hoova, could be View Storefront, could be Studio, could be holding on to Luma, and just making sure that they know what they need.
Well, and I think it's also that Adobe doesn't need to be responsible for all of those different groups of people, and that's kind of like the healthy thing again with the front end part. Vue developers, they're not going to look into PWA Studio, but they're going to look into Vue Storefront. Magento developers that are thinking that React and Vue are overly complex, they simply stick with either Luma. but not on the long run, and then they maybe move to Hoova, or theoretically even into other platforms, and that's totally fine. And I think the reality is that you guys are building and putting down PWA Studio, not necessarily as a way to force everyone into the same into the same corset, into the same PWA Studio stack. But basically, it's just a choice for them to make. And the only thing that you guys can do and I can do is basically to inform people, which storefront is doing what kind of thing based upon what kind of technology.
Yeah, and there's a common element to that, right? With each of those scenarios, you Storefront, Whova, ours, like it's all the Magento 2 platform behind the scenes. And so I think one of the things that we often talk about is with all the changes, you could almost look at your storefront being a vehicle across all of that, and that's a good thing. That's why it's important for for developers, partners, and even merchants to educate themselves on which one makes the most sense for them. What's the right developer experience? What is the right merchant experience when it comes to content and authoring? And then ultimately, what is going to give them the results they need? Simply put, and that may involve a first-party solution that is uniquely optimized for all the things that they would need to maybe easier to set up or what have you, right? And that's ultimately like what we're trying to solve for between all of the different options on it. But there's commonality. There's commonality certainly at the lowest level of the back end. The APIs themselves, I think, will help us through because the schema is not going to change, certainly with GraphQL. And then with all the the exciting future topics, like that's the storefront will still be that vehicle for that. And so in a weird way, almost there's an orientation of kind of going through things top down in a community that may not have participated, in contribution for Studio and Venya and even GraphQL itself. And so it's just part of the change, but we don't talk a lot about it, and we certainly don't talk about it face to face. It'll be behind a slide or a green light on a laptop over the past year or so. But I think these are the conversations we need to have.
Yeah, definitely. And now also with the open source task force of the Magento Association, it's maybe moving into a different direction. And theoretically, that task force is unable to pick up upon everything that is included into the stack, so that smaller task forces could be also there. So yeah, I think the conversation with the community is also to be taken literally. That we need to have the conversation, maybe not in real life, but then a conference call like this one is doing fine as well. And maybe to bring up that original point also. So PWA Studio has a certain roadmap, and that roadmap is definitely also influenced by you guys, because your own customers and the clientele of Adobe Commerce also has specific needs. But how much of that roadmap could also be influenced by people in the community?
May I jump in and
for sure.
say, there was a huge research what was taken by Adobe with different partners and different customers, and they ask, hey, what you use in your current projects and how you think this topic is important. And from my point of view as a community member or as partner developer, it was like I had the feeling Adobe really takes care about our needs and try to align the development resources in the end of Adobe side to get a product what fits the most customers or the most future customers. This is my feeling as a partner developer, not to get really involved on the roadmap.
Yeah. So actually, I was hoping for an answer like this, and I'm just glad that you joined anyway into the panel also, because my feeling has always been that PWA Studio as a project is open sourced, and it's not open sourced because of the license being open source, but also because of the involvement with the community and the number of calls where everyone is able to join and give their feedback. And then, as Lars mentioned, on top of it, partners are also just sent out a mail for their opinion and basically showing and allowing for people to get involved.
Yeah, and also I wanted to add on top of that it's not just we listen to the request that comes from the GitHub repo, but also the partner program that we are having this year and we're going to extend for the next year is something that will benefit a lot in terms of the input from the fields. We feel that guys like Lars from Tech Division, AbsoluNet, they provide invaluable feedback in terms of the priorities of certain features that we have in the roadmap, and it definitely help us to prioritize things that are relevant to most of the clients. So that's like really great collaboration.
Yeah, awesome. So it's actually showing also that there's a true open source aspect towards PWA Studio, not just a marketing oriented one. So actually, one thing that I always feel that I need to bring up, and I think that's maybe also a good way to round up the panel discussion slowly, which is that currently in the Magento ecosystem, there's a big fuzz, there's a big stir, and everyone is talking about the future of Magento or the death of the platform, or whatever they phrase it. And there's a lot of worry, but I think actually that simply by looking at all of the topics, looking at the roadmap, we can simply say that PWA Studio is there to stay around in the near future, in the long future as well. It's just a question for whom is it? And it doesn't need to be for everyone, but it's there for anyone who wants to get on board with React technology, who finds the connection also, as Lars mentioned, towards the Adobe platforms interesting as well. But there might be alternatives as well. And often then all of those alternatives like Hufa and PWA Studio are compared. And then what you hear a lot of times from native Magento developers is, oh, PWA Studio is overly complex and Hufa is much easier. But that's because they have that Magento experience. And I simply love also the fact that I've been giving trainings to React developers with zero Magento knowledge. And they found it to be the opposite. They found Hufa to be largely confusing and all of these different layers. And then I explained them the basics of PWA Studio, and they simply got it after a day of training. So it's basically selling Magento not anymore to anyone in the same way as we did with the monolith, but it's basically now selling it to different teams, different levels of experience, and etc. And that's still showing kind of like that PW Studio has a good future ahead of us as well, because there's plenty of React developers out there.
Well, there are, and I think that's why I asked for the community. And I know I've told Elena, Dave and Lars this probably either separately or in groups. I would love to have the same relationship with the React community as we've once had with the PHP community, right? And so we've heard the same thing, right? And so Jordan's a perfect example of that. He was a React developer, started very early, and he's like, yes, this makes sense. And so we want to have those moments, right? Change is hard. We get it, but that's why it comes back down to enablement and certification and experimentation. We've actually in the last week or two, and this is all planned, not because of any one action or another, but we've had hackathons, we've had a few other activities in the community, even the last week or two, that probably got overlooked with some of the noise. And this idea of kind of setting up your first and creating your first page with Benya, making a small change, like these aha moments. There's more we could do there, and I think it's going to take this village to help with that. And I think the other part too is where we feel like if we hear feedback that PWA Studio and Benya isn't for everybody, then let's find out why not. Let's understand that. There's a good chance that we have some areas that we know that we're working through, and that really is probably you'll see that reflected in the roadmap from Elena and Dave. But if it's not, let's talk about that. It's not a closed door policy. We're out there. We pride ourselves again as much as how we've done it in terms and what we've done, and we've made changes along the way, much of which we've discussed about today. So let us know. Yeah, awesome. So you're simply open for feedback. So now it's up to the community to give actually that feedback. And anyone else wants to add a couple of final comments?
I also think what I faced with customer, it's in terms of support from Adobe. So if we are talking about PWA Studio, it's maintained by Adobe. It's a huge company. And this is some fact what also sells in some pitches or in some areas as well. So if you would like to pitch with a smaller third-party product, it's maybe a little bit harder to convince a huge enterprise company or a bigger client with the solution. And this is also something what you should take a look on it. It's maybe something how your current development team is skilled, how your client's need is, and a huge thing is in terms of support and maintenance, how we can create a product. Because if you create an enterprise or if you create an e-commerce store, and then after a year you find out, hey, this thing is not maintainable,
maintainable.
Yeah, maintainable for some reasons, because we use a wrong or maybe not fitting technology. I don't want to say wrong, it's more not fitting technology for the kind of project. It's really hard to tell a customer, hey, sorry, we picked up the wrong technology for you, and now you need to pay us 200K for creating you a nice new front end. They will really unhappy about that.
Well, so the main thing there is that basically because of all of these choices coming up, and now also slowly with the deprecation of the old storefront, everyone is being pushed to make that choice. And whatever choice you make, it needs to be a choice that is relevant for you and your agency in the next upcoming 5 years or even longer. That's the challenge, but that's also kind of like the opportunity that you have the ability to choose now amongst alternatives and choose basically in what kind of market you want to be in, or as a developer, because, well, Reacticon is still developer oriented, what kind of technology you want to play with and develop with. So yeah. Olena, Dave, any final words?
I just want to say a big thank you for having this PWA Studio Day again, inviting us all here and letting us talk about the thing that we love dearly and we're building inside these big red walls. And hopefully I'll see you in person soon and I can buy you a beer.
For sure, yeah. Let's do that. Olena?
Yeah, again, I just joined what Jay just said. It's really amazing to be here, and those events are really invaluable, especially like with the COVID thing. So that keeps us be connected.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, and Reacticon number 3 was supposed to be taking place in a jungle in a zoo in the Netherlands. So hence the background and all of the analogies with animals and etc. But yeah, I don't know what Reacticon 5 is going to be like, but hopefully it's going to be post COVID. And yeah, I would love to see you guys all in person again, to have that chit chat and to sit down to drink a beer. And apparently that's going to be in Brighton together with Dave, his parents. So let's make the joy there.
Yeah, I'll call them right now and let them know we're coming.
Exactly, perfect. And not just the 5 of us, right? But everyone in the whole community.
The entire community is coming to my parents' house.
Project X, yeah. Sounds awesome. Anyway, so many thanks. It was great having you all here. And yeah, finally to also conclude day number 3 of Reacticon. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was a great program, great speakers, and then finally also great panel discussion. We're back tomorrow with day number 4, and that's going to be the HUFA day. So HUFA. No, just joking. As in, yeah, it's going to be a different atmosphere. It's going to be different people. It's going to be different talks as well. But I think it's nice also to simply be in this community where there's so much diversity. Yeah, so that's it for today. I hope you can join tomorrow as well. And I would say enjoy your night or evening or morning. And I see you all guys online somewhere soon again. Thank you all.
Thanks, Izzy.